Thursday, what's the date today? 19/20/23. We have a typo on the agenda. Roll call, please.
Mayor
A
Elma
typo.
Beltran,
Present.
Councilwoman Juanita Molina,
Present.
Councilman Diego Garza,
Present.
Councilwoman Sabrina Rodriguez,
Present.
Councilwoman Kathy Solorio,
Present.
Treasurer Michelle Lopez.
Please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we can move on to presentations. And first will be on, our presentation would be Fresno County Economic Development Corporation, EDC. Is it Kayla? Kayla Lugo? Is,
I'm sorry, does it go to additions and deletions? Because I have something to
you can't add anything right now. I would have to go to a vote, so if you want to add, you can bring it back later. And we can work on the agenda.
You change the agenda, ma'am?
What did I change from the agenda?
Where it falls up the agenda, it says that chief is gonna do it.
I know, we rearranged it for accommodations for the people that are presenting, so yes.
No, I would like for you to follow the agenda.
Okay. Leanne, can you let's see, can you go ahead?
Can we skip the additions and deletions?
Yes,
Yes, it's the chairperson that decides that.
We don't have any additions or deletions.
I do, I have an addition, and that would be to add, under ordinance 2.04, oh, let me go. To add, 2.04.020, it's an appointment of commissioners, it's an ordinance. And, that's for the mayor to appoint us, so that we can have committees. So I would like that added.
Isn't that
to the
already
agenda.
on there for the ones that we are appointing? Yeah, it's
And-
number 6.
Yeah, but that's not on number 6. The 2.04.020 is not on number 6. This is the ordinance right here.
So
I have a copy.
we could bring that to the next council meeting. You could only do that for emergency purposes, and this is not an urgent matter. So we can actually do that for the next meeting. We can do it at the next meeting. That way it gives an opportunity for the public to be aware of what's on the agenda. That's the Brown Act. So, Leanne, I think we need to let the people speak that are going to present. We're going off this right now. When you come to public comments, then you can actually do your speaking then.
I want them to hear my public.
Okay, go ahead, Leanne. I'm sorry. I hate to be the one to. Go ahead.
Want me to go over here?
Yes, please.
So I think we have a presentation, yes? Someone have, she's gonna bring it up. Okay, thank you.
Could we
Just
put-
to answer the councilman's question, we can add things to an agenda, requires a 4/5 vote,
Okay.
but it also requires that there be a need to act on it immediately. And there has to be a reason for it not having gotten on the agenda originally.
So technically, it should have been on the day that we got sworn in. Because it's on the, if you look on the ordinance as well, it says that it should be when the new people get elected, it gets reassigned.
It says at the beginning of each term,
Each term.
the
So
mayor
the mayor.
shall appoint councilmen to the following committees, and then it lists the committees.
Correct. So this is our first term.
Based on the language there, the word term would refer to the beginning of the term of the mayor, because that's what the sentence says.
Not a term of the mayor only. it's
Term of the term of the mayor. We, we don't have.
Those are to form committees for the city of Parlier so that the residents,
But I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to
The
figure out.
problem is, Neil, is that it's not an urgent matter. If that was something,
For the 8 years that you had been
okay,
there.
okay.
Man,
And it's not an urgent matter, and the only time you can add an item is for an emergency situation. A committee is not an urgent matter. It can wait till the next meeting. If that is something that you would like to see, you could have reached out to me to make sure that this item would have been on the agenda, but no one ever reached out. No one ever tries
that's-
to.
There
There's a protocol that you are trying to bypass.
There needs to be
Wait.
a need as a practical matter to add the item to the agenda because there has to be
so
not particularly an urgency, but a need to act on the item.
so protocol should be,
You've got, this is one of those 1921 ordinances, and it lists, various commissions that we have not had in this city for
Decades.
as long as I know.
correct, which is why we should have committees.
Yeah,
But I did bring up the point,
Matters.
I
Based
did
on
bring
the
up this
Brown
ordinance to Bertha and Sonia.
It could be on the next.
So they both were aware, and if I believe proper protocol should be talking to Sonia to put it on the agenda. That's who I spoke to, and I also spoke to Bertha about putting it on the agenda.
And again, you're just trying to bypass the person that is the chair, and that's the chairperson. I am the one who you should have reached out to, and you are trying to bypass it because you do not want to communicate with me.
We can easily.
all about
put this
communication.
on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
I think the problem you're gonna be confronted with here is simply this. We haven't had these commissions for these particular things forever. And I'm just not sure.
that's the reason why we want to bring it back,
And-
because we want the community to be able to participate
there's
in
no
these
problem with that.
commissions. And we did put it on the agenda. We did ask to be put on the agenda. It just was not put on the agenda this time.
Because
And
it
we
goes
asked
through,
it.
you guys are
Because-
trying to
But no,
bypass the
No,
mayor.
because we understand that if we put something on the agenda, it can be removed. It can be removed. And apparently, I guess it was removed or
I
was never
think-
put on there.
I think there's got to be a
But-
better understanding of how the Brown Act works.
Well-
And once you guys go to your training, then you'll understand more. Because, and actually, your son was part of the one that they did for
Well,
the
you know what?
school.
My son
And-
doesn't have
and-
nothing- I'm
and
sorry.
they
My son
covered-
does not have
They
nothing-
covered, they
Son, I don't know which one you're talking about 'cause
they
there's 5 of
covered,
them.
I'm just trying to say.
But
They
no.
covered the Brown Act. I'm just trying to let you know that you can watch it on YouTube, and it covers this specific, subject.
Okay.
Because they did go over it, and you cannot do that.
Then I'll ask my son.
Yeah,
If that's what
please.
you think I need to.
Yes.
But I did.
But it's on the, on
It's all right.
YouTube.
It's okay. I'm not gonna sit here and argue.
Regardless of
It's
how it-
okay. We'll just put it back again.
I'm sorry, excuse me, sir, can you please not speak from the audience?
Chief, could you, if he can't conduct himself, then he needs to be removed.
Please.
This
I'd
is
ask
always a constant
Anybody from
problem
the-
with
from
you,
the group here in the
Humberto.
community to refrain from
Destructive,
making any
every
any
single time.
comments. I need you to
It seems
refrain
like
from
you
making any
hate the
comments
fact that I'm
because
here. I'm a woman, okay, that's fine.
The council has to preside
Respect.
over the decorum here, and so we want to maintain a civil.
Respect.
A civil perspective on this.
So
Okay,
we'll
please.
go ahead
Just
and put
refrain
it on
from
the
any
agenda
comments
again.
Until we get this figured out. it seems to be a
If I
gray
can.
area.
Yeah, we'll put it again on the agenda.
Regardless of why it didn't get on the agenda, I understand you took the steps that you thought were necessary to get it on the agenda. But regardless of why it didn't get on the agenda, we're here with a particular agenda. And in order for me to add, or in order for you to add something to this agenda, you gotta go through the Brown Act, which takes precedence over our ordinances. And the Brown Act simply requires the 4/5 vote, but you've gotta have a need to act on the particular item without giving the 72 hours advance notice to the public that you're going to be taking action on that item.
Okay.
So that is, I'm assuming you could get a 4/5 vote, but I don't think that you clear the hurdle of having a need
That's fine.
To
for
notify the
action
public.
on the item.
That's why it's
So
important
I'm
to,
simply suggesting
know
that
the
in
Brown
light
Act.
of that, if we were to add it on a 4/5 vote, that is potentially in violation of the Brown Act,
right,
regardless of why it didn't get on there.
which could be a misdemeanor.
And-
So we
and-
can, we can go ahead.
But
But,
we
Oh,
can.
yeah,
Watch it.
I've heard you. I've heard it.
Watch the video.
We
and
we can
watch
put it
you know,
again.
if
Yeah, okay.
if a majority of the council wishes to have that as an item on the next agenda, we can take that vote right now.
That's fine. And also the
And we
pro
can put
temp.
it on your next agenda.
Yeah, okay.
Also-
that-
also-
It has to
pro
be
temp.
somebody that
Also,
actually
Neil,
works
can
with-
we
None of you
also
have
add
actually
the
reached
mayor
out
pro
to me
tem
either. So
to the
if
agenda?
you guys want to work with me, you have to communicate with me. I'm sorry.
next
But
agenda?
you guys
The
just
next
want to
agenda.
bypass me.
Can do that
You
as
want to
Thank you.
disrespect my position.
Thank you.
And you want me to select, well, bypassing is disrespecting. Because you don't want to respect my position. You guys want to go and bypass me so that way you can get things. You want to get the mayor pro tem there but not work with me. What does that show to the public? That you are coming here just to be destructive and not work with me?
Okay. you
That's
know-
what it is.
Okay,
It's
excuse
what it
me.
is. I'm sorry
But-
that it led to this, and I apologize to you guys that you have to see the fiasco that we always have to go through. It's always the same problem. This person that keeps speaking up out of line all the time, he does this every time. And I'm so sorry that you had to witness this, because I know you guys are not here to do that kind of business. You're here to work with the city, and I apologize for that.
Okay, I only have one thing to
Okay.
say. I only have one thing to say,
Just so
excuse me.
I can clarify things here. I think I have a consensus.
Yes.
Do I? That this item
Yeah.
that Councilman Garza was asking to be placed on this agenda will be placed on the next agenda.
And also
I
the
think
pro
I
temp.
also, I also have a consensus that we will place what we refer to as the council reorganization,
We have that.
which is, we have that?
Yes, that's what I was saying.
That's-
I was saying that that is already on here. The only thing that was not on here is the committees he's talking about that we haven't had for centuries.
No,
So,
The council reorganization
Yes.
would be appointment of a mayor pro tem.
Yes.
So, do I have a consensus that
Yes.
that is on the next? agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and
just know that this is
How it shall be.
what I have to deal with people that are here now, because the people that I had here was working with me. But now I have to face people that just don't want to work with me and want to bypass me to do whatever they think that, like this committee. I mean, I want to do business and getting the city to move forward, but I think we're more focused on committees that haven't existed in years. So to me, it's like, it shows right now the type of council that I will be dealing with for the next 4 years. That's what I'm going to be dealing with, is a lot of chaos and a lot of unnecessary business. Thank you.
well, we
So
are
we
gonna,
can just go ahead and move on. I do run the meetings, I'm sorry, but we can move
Neil,
on to the next item.
something on the
Leanne,
agenda
can
is
you please start? Neil, can we just move on? That's it. That's it.
I want to add something. I'm
No,
not
that's
done yet.
it. We're going to
Oh,
move on.
I got the right to add.
No, I run the meeting. This
I
is
would
the thing.
like to, Neil, add for the homeless on the agenda also. The next agenda.
Yes.
Say it one more.
I would like to add on the agenda for the homeless for the next agenda. The topic, yes.
The homeless?
Can this be
Yes,
done
the homeless.
for the next, like a regular
Please.
day when you talk to Neil on the
We-
phone instead of a council meeting?
Why don't
Again,
why don't we discuss what it is after the meeting that you want to
That's
put
better.
on the agenda?
that shouldn't even be done right
relative
now.
To an action the council can
It's
take
all for show.
concerning the homeless, and we'll get that on the agenda for you. I'm not sure what you're asking to be placed on the agenda.
That's why, Neil.
Sure,
I
right.
think- I
We
think-
need to help them get their place so they can be when it's hot, cold, food, clothes, everything. What we get the grant for, I understand that we were supposed to be written up when we're being interrupting a conversation, Chief.
Let me say
Did you bring the
something to you,
citation book?
Kathy.
Did you bring it? I'm trying to carry a conversation here. She made that law that we cannot interrupt because we'll be
The
cited.
person that runs the meeting, I'm sorry, Leanne, that this is what you see. I'm
You're-
sorry, this is the example.
Supposed to wait
Apologize to
until
that.
you're recognized to speak.
You are. We are carrying a conversation.
We're already here engaged in this
Yeah.
conversation.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is, let me know after the
Meeting, yes.
what it is precisely you want to have the council act on so that I can craft an appropriate agenda item
Okay.
and a resolution to implement whatever it is you want on there. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me to put on the agenda.
Okay, that's fine.
So you
That's-
guys can discuss this later. Neil, can you also please remind them that who is the one that gives them the floor? Because they think they can just,
That would be you.
yes,
You run
I
this
run the meeting.
And yes, we are not supposed to be talking over one another.
Thank
We're
you.
not supposed to be
interrupting me.
interjecting and when
Me,
the
I'm
meeting
sorry,
is
but I run the meetings.
process. I mean, there's an appropriate time to raise these things.
Yeah.
I understand the reason for it, because you guys want these things placed on the agenda for this meeting. Unfortunately, I can't
You
do
cannot.
that consistent
Fine.
with the Brown Act for you. And I would just urge you to, let's move it to the next agenda. All those things that we got a consensus on will be on there. I will speak to Councilmember Solorio after the meeting and get a read on what it is she wants to have on the agenda that relates to homeless persons, and if it's something within your subject matter jurisdiction. I'm
I agree. Thank you.
Yes.
And the one that has the floor, we understand good, but when we're carrying a conversation, like you were explaining to me, we're being interrupted by the floor person, it shouldn't happen because we already said that we're not going to be doing that. It is looks bad on us, especially the one that keeps interrupting. Thank you.
The one thing I wanted to say is that this is all unnecessary. This could have waited for them to pick up the phone and give you a call, Neil, what they wanted to do. But this scene here shows their professionalism as far as how they carry themselves. This speaks a lot about yourself. But I'm just trying to make sure that this is it. We're going to move on. I just want them to do their presentation. Enough of the showboating. We are not going to do that. So go ahead and Leanne, we are moving on with the presentations. You are first, and then we can give the floor for public, for council to make any comments later on the agenda, because it's also on the agenda. So go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I introduced myself earlier, but I'm Leanne Eager. I'm President and CEO of Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. I've met some of you before. I've been with the Economic Development Corporation for 13 years now. Before that, I'm a recovering attorney, but before that, I worked with Susan. I was the head of the Rape Crisis Center in Fresno. I did that for 12 years, the Rape Crisis and Child Abuse Treatment Center. We worked in helping youth. We said we think we've known each other for 50 years. We're not quite sure, but 35 years, yeah, somewhere around there. But really, working in all of Fresno County to ensure that all of the people in the county have services. You know, one of the things, and we can go to the next slide, one of the things that my organization has been doing for over 40 years is trying to bring new business into all of our cities and the county and help our current businesses grow, help our communities be better. One of the things that we have done in the most recent years is we realized we can't do that work unless we look at what everyone needs, which also includes workforce development and community development. And so our organization now really takes that holistic view of how is it that we should move everyone forward and lift everyone up. So you can go to the next slide. I do have a crazy board of 40, so you know, if you think this is crazy, you can try 40. I have a 40-member board, but this is my executive committee, and they represent a lot of different areas, including the County of Fresno, and a lot of different organizations. You can go to the next one. That's some of the board of directors. I think this list has about 36, but we have 40 altogether. And you might recognize some of the business owners and people who work together to ensure that everyone in Fresno County, including like the chancellor of State Center Community College, we have a lot of folks working towards the same goals. You can go to the next one. This is my administration team. Sherry is here today. There's Sherry back there. Sherry's been with the organization for 3 years now, and she's the COO. Paul's our controller, but he's back home doing the books, which we all need. If you ever call my office coming in for a meeting, you'll go through Merritt. She's been there. Paul's been there 15 years. Merritt has been there 7 years. And Kayla was the one that set this whole meeting up. And Kayla is one of our newest employees, but doing a wonderful job. We can do the next slide. You know, one of the things, I think when I walked in and almost said, oh my gosh, I see you everywhere. One of the things that I'm most proud of recently is in June of 2020, the governor appointed me to the California Transportation Commission. And now I am the chair of the commission. I've been the chair for a year, and they're going to vote for probably, I'll do it another year, next week. But what that does for our community, I mean, we need to look at a statewide transportation agency that puts all the money for roads, bridges, transit, has to go through the Transportation Commission. If Caltrans wants to build a road, we want to maintain manning, it has to go through the Transportation Commission. I'm the only person on that commission that's from the Central Valley. They wanted to make sure that we had someone that was representing all of us here in the Valley. I've been a huge supporter of transportation for a lot of years, and when the governor said, you know, I really need you on this commission, I really need you to be looking out for the people of the Central Valley. So those first couple of years, we called us the COVID commissioners, because I never actually met another commissioner for 2 years, because we were, you know, on those little tiny screens. And when we came back together and I became chair, it was so important because those commissioners, who the majority of them are from San Francisco and Los Angeles, right? We know how that works in the state of California. And as they looked at putting money into the state, where should we put our money for transportation? How should it be spread out for economic development and some of those kinds of things? You know, we have people on the commission that said, oh, you know, we need another lane on the 405. Well, how about the 101, you know, going up to San Francisco? You know, I'm there going, wait a minute, you forgot the 99. You forgot we need some more money for the 99 and the 41 and the 46 and all of those kinds of things. And so in these last few years, I have been able to bring quite a lot of money to our local roads, to our freeways that come through the valley, because I think most people don't understand the importance of what we do here. The products that we take from our communities and put on those roads and take up and down the state of California or across the country, it has to go on the 99. It has to go from Parlier, out Manning, onto the 99, and up north into Oregon. And so I understand that piece. I understand what it is that will help us grow as communities. You know, all of the things that we do here, and I do have to tell you, I've been coming here for a long time. I got here a little bit early tonight, and I drove around Parlier because I hadn't been here. I was telling Susan I hadn't been here since COVID. Wow. The things that you all have done in the last 5 years is absolutely amazing. I love the park and the housing and your roads. I mean, I have to tell you, you've done an amazing job. And I know it's with limited resources. So the work that you do, you know, my hat's off to you. You know, I did have to notice, you know, there's always, you know, this debate on how long you keep your Christmas lights up. There's a lot of people in town with their Christmas lights up. If some of you here are those, I support you, because I love the Christmas lights. And as I drove through here, it really highlights your neighborhoods and your cities. But, you know, on a serious note, I understand all the wonderful work that you've done. I really do. And I know it's difficult, but I know you need more. I know you need our help, and that's what these people are here for. I know you need us to be able to bring new other businesses here. I know you need us to be able to help your current businesses write for grants and get more money into here so that your businesses can grow, so that they can hire people and hire your local people. And that's one of the things that me personally and this whole team here believes is that if we bring a new business here, we help businesses grow. You need to hire your own people first before anybody else comes in here. And so you need them trained in order to get that happen. And so we're dedicated to ensuring in helping you with keeping your businesses growing and bringing in new business. And I know we've been doing that a long time. You can go to the next slide. So I'm going to introduce you to Jackie. And you might have remembered Esther, who used to come with me all the time. Esther Cuevas. This is Jackie Cuevas, her cousin. We keep it in the family. And Jackie's team is the one that works with your local businesses. Jackie's team is the one that, as we put people to work and they follow those folks to ensure that they can stay on the job, or if they need new training, they can get it. Or your local businesses want to apply for some of the statewide incentives. Her team does that. So with that, I'll turn it over to our amazing Jackie Cuevas.
Thank you, Leanne. Good evening, Council and Mayor. As Leanne mentioned, my name is Jackie Cuevas, and I'm the Business Expansion and Retention Coordinator for the Fresno County EDC. Our team consists of our 2 business retention specialists, Marcela Lara and Darian Galindo, which is here today. They're responsible for the business retention for those employees hired through our new employment opportunities program. We also have our 2 economic development specialists, Cody Laird, which is here, and he is responsible for the East Side cities. We also have Andrea Lee, responsible for the metro area. Next slide, please. So the 5 cities and the EDC partnership consist of the 7 East Side cities in Fresno County. The authority is governed by our board of directors, designed by elected representatives, and an executive committee designed by the city managers. Next slide, please. The EDC does provide a few different services to the 5 cities joint partnership, including administration. And that is conducting quarterly meetings, as well as the agendas and minutes, and also the financial reporting. We do provide business services focusing with our existing business expansion and retention, as well as with the attractions team with attracting businesses into the East Side cities. Next slide, please. So the 5 cities did grow from 5 to 7 cities, which resulted in the rebranding of the 5 cities to what now is the Center Point District. We work closely with the Jeffrey Scott Agency to create a new logo and a new branding. So we are excited to announce that we will be launching a map in our EDC website that will provide a map with each city. We call it kind of like a foodie trail that people will be able to select each city and view what restaurants are available to attract more traffic into your city. Next slide, please. As we mentioned, we work closely with our local businesses with business expansion and retention, including providing assistance with workforce, incentives, grants, and other business resources that each business may need. During the past 3 years, our local businesses were very impacted by the pandemic, and we dedicated that time to provide assistance with hub grants, PPP loans, as well as COVID relief grants. So that resulted in assisting our businesses here in Parlier with $72,000 in direct funding to those local businesses. Next slide, please. So we do have a few programs available to your local businesses to be able to hire from these programs, as well as for the local residents that may, enter these programs for training if qualified. We do have two in particular that we have partnered with Department of Social Services, one of them including the truck driving. And this was to meet those truck driving industry needs. And this program did start back in 2015 and has been very successful. We're currently in cohort 44 that just started this week. We also have the Valley Apprenticeship Connections program. This program also started back in 2015, focused with the construction industry, and the students are able to attend a 12-week course and receiving 9 different certifications. And lastly, we have our Central Valley Training Center located in Selma. This program started back in 2020, currently recruiting for cohort 8. And you might see the billboard up on Manning here. So if anyone, local residents, is interested in attending, that one is free to attend as long as you meet certain requirements. But those are a few different programs that we have available, and we're happy to go over more in detail with our local businesses. And now we have, Cody focusing on the East Side cities to be able to assist with that. But I appreciate it, and I thank you for your time. And now I'd like to introduce Tiffany Luke with the attractions team. Thank you.
City Council and Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Next slide, please. So our business attractions team, as Leanne mentioned, is focused on bringing new business to Parlier. And that includes our client services manager, Julian Ramos, who's here tonight, and my colleague, Miguel Ruelas, also a business attractions specialist. Next slide, please. So bringing new business to Parlier, what does that look like, kind of in a nutshell? We have a wide variety of great local partnerships. Leanne's mentioned several of them, including many of them who sit on our board of directors. And whether it's through our broker network, through the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, and through other sources, we get leads for businesses that are interested in locating here. We provide them with a wide variety of information, research and data analyses, workforce and wage comparisons, as well as marketing materials to help showcase Parlier. And we help them with site selection and provide them any information they may need to entice them to locate here. Next slide, please. We're also going at business attractions from a more proactive standpoint, and there's sort of 3 prongs to that. One of those is providing information and materials to your city. We serve as a marketing arm, and the second facet of that would be serving as a voice and a face of Parlier at trade shows and events where we can represent your city to businesses that may be interested in locating here. Finally, I'm personally working on our foreign direct investment strategy to bring jobs that pay 30% higher wages to Parlier. I work closely with Spencer and our special projects team. We've conducted an industry cluster analysis that showcases information on the top industries that we should recruit from that would be a great fit in our region. For example, manufacturing and food processing, ag technology, and I look forward to collaborating with you more on that. Next slide. And I'd like to segue and bring up my colleague Spencer Bremer, a research analyst of our special projects team, to talk more about what that looks like.
Sorry. Good evening, Council. My name is Spencer Bremer. I'm a research analyst with the special projects team here at the EDC. I'm here today with my colleague Chris Ice, Director of Special Projects. Also on our team, Will Oliver, our Vice President of Business Services. Ross Williams, my fellow research analyst, and Mai Si Veng, our program coordinator for the Good Jobs Challenge. Next slide, please. So our team utilizes a data-driven approach to help guide the day-to-day activities of economic development, including business attractions, expansion, and retention. We also support the EDC's larger initiatives, which we will be showcasing momentarily. So some of the core services the Special Projects team provides include industry and occupational analyses, economic impact and labor market analyses. We work closely with other departments on these types of data requests we get from our clients. For attractions, our focus is on using data to help make a strong case to prospective businesses why they should locate in Fresno County, as opposed to other options they may be considering. Using this data, we're able to demonstrate the competitive advantages that Fresno County offers in regards to workforce availability, potential cost savings, market access, supply chains, and many others. As Tiffany mentioned, internally we have been utilizing industry cluster analysis to help guide our targeted attractions efforts. We identify industries with high regional concentrations, job growth, strong supply chains to help design effective strategies for proactive business outreach. On the expansion and retention side, we assist the BEAR team with labor market analysis, program evaluation, as well as state and local incentives. Each quarter, we provide a comprehensive jobs report to the Department of Social Services, which serves as an overview of labor market conditions in Fresno County. In terms of incentives, we're able to estimate potential CalCompete's tax credit awards using a proprietary model we've designed in-house. We provide this service both for new attractions leads and for expansion projects for businesses looking to expand here in Fresno County. So we also work to determine eligibility for other incentives, such as the PG&E Economic Development Rate, which is available for businesses in cities meeting certain criteria. And lastly, we support our workforce development programs by frequently evaluating the performance of those programs and fulfilling any other specific data requests that we receive from our clients. Next slide, please. One of the EDC's major initiatives facilitated by the Special Projects team is Fresno's Impact Economy. Fresno's Impact Economy, formerly Second Office, was started as part of the Fresno Drive initiative with the goal of promoting inclusion and economic development. This project evaluates how businesses can bring value to the community across multiple facets, including high-quality jobs and by reducing emissions and waste. So far, we've hosted 2 resident leadership summits where members from the community gather to discuss their priorities for economic development. Our next step will be to take those responses and develop an inclusive community scorecard that will help attract investment to underinvested areas in Fresno County. We have partnered with the Harvard Business School on this initiative, and on several occasions we have utilized their impact-weighted accounts methodology to conduct employment and environmental impact analysis on local business operations. And we're planning to launch a paid internship this spring through Fresno State's Craig School of Business, where we'll be recruiting 4 to 6 students to perform this type of analysis on local businesses. And this is something completely new for the economic development space. Next slide, please. And now I will turn it over to Chris Seitz, Director of Special Projects, to discuss the Good Jobs Challenge.
Hello. In August of last year, we received wonderful news that we were one of 32 awardees in the United States from among just over 500 applications to receive workforce development dollars from the Department of Commerce as part of the Good Jobs Challenge. We went into this, we're going into this grant right now with partners in Fresno, Kings, Madera, and Tulare counties. This is a unique workforce development opportunity. Some of you, I'm sure many of you are familiar with workforce boards. You're familiar with programs and some of the programs that we have at Department of Social Services. And I'm sure you're familiar with higher ed and vocational focused secondary classes as well. This grant is really designed to help break down the silos among those program providers and reach the underserved. As part of this grant, we will have supportive services, wraparound services that help people arrive and make it to training programs like transportation dollars, childcare, and other things like that, equipment they need for jobs, uniforms that they need for jobs, things like that. Those are often included in programs, but with this funding opportunity, we were able to ask for a lot more than what you usually see. And in terms of what we're looking to, what we'll be training individuals on, we'll focus on the business services sector, construction, manufacturing, and transportation. Because we've done, as Spencer has shown and my other colleagues have shown, we've been researching what industries have growth potential or have seen growth in our region and what would be strategic investments for us to make. Next slide, please. In terms of how and we're in a period of program design right now, which we'll be in for the next few months before we move on to direct services. But going into this program design, we have 4 core components that we're going to live up to. One is agile programming, co-created with businesses with equity and inclusivity in mind, that are going to provide opportunities for training that are either shorter than the typical training pathway or occur in new regions, new parts of the county, or occur at different times, maybe making available nights and weekend programs when they're not normally available. And that's to reduce the number of barriers that people have to participating in these training programs. The second pillar is to reinvest and continue investing in the programs that work. And as I mentioned, all those providers that you've traditionally in the workforce ecosystem, they're all our program partners. We had a meeting today with them at Fresno EDC. We're continuing to talk about ways we can leverage and develop the partnership to bring more opportunity to our region. Our third pillar is community-informed and place-based services. As part of our grant application, unlike some programming in the past where you have a request for proposals and a select number of organizations that qualify and can receive the funding, we proposed to the Department of Commerce that we would just bring in any community-based organization that has the capacity and the interest in participating in the workforce ecosystem and help provide them funding and technical assistance so they can participate and maximize and represent their community, because they're already in the neighborhoods doing the work, and we wanted to partner with them rather than make a process that would exclude some organizations because they weren't able to apply for a grant like that. And then our fourth component to help coordinate all of this will be to launch later this year platforms that would help with coordinating referrals to community-based organizations, to the existing support net that's out there, like the Department of Social Services and other programs. So individuals can diagnose what they need to thrive in the workforce ecosystem and to thrive in employment, and then identify where those resources are available, and their case manager or their training provider or even their employer can help follow up with the agency that's supposed to be addressing their needs. So as I said, we're in a period of program design right now, and miraculously I remembered my business cards tonight, so I'd be happy to share those later on. And if you have any community-based organizations you'd recommend we'd work with, or any points of contact with your city that you'd like us to start talking to about this project, and any employers that would be a good fit to participate in this program, we'd absolutely want to have a conversation with them as soon as possible and as often as possible. Next slide, please. And that wraps up our prepared part of the presentation, so thank you for your time.
And we're happy to answer any questions. I know one of the things that sometimes y'all think is, yeah, but what does that do for us, right? You're doing all these great things, but what does that do for us? So this new grant that Chris was talking about through the EDA, we realized that so many of the training programs, so many of the incentives happen in those large cities, right? So you got to travel to get somewhere in order for people to get the jobs. We saw that gap, and we said, we want to make sure we're getting out into all of our cities, all of our rural cities, and ensuring that if people want those jobs and they need the training to get there, that we partner with you all in order to get that done. We realize as our attraction team goes out and says, hey, bring your business to Parlier, and they say, yeah, but they don't have that trained workforce, I got to go somewhere else instead. We have the ability now to say, wrong, you're wrong. Whatever it is that you need them trained on, we'll make sure we get them trained so that you can bring your business here. So we're excited about what's going to be happening in the next 4 years, and we're excited to work with all of you. So please let us know anything that we can do to help you. We have a whole group of people here that are at the end of that phone call that can come out and assist you.
Thank you. I'm glad that you presented this presentation, because I know when we were attending the Zoom meetings, we did see the rebranding of the logo, and that we were part of that, Sonia and I, with the team. And I think it's really important to get this information out to the public, because it's good when we hear about it, but when you actually come out here and do a presentation to inform our community, that's where it's going to be better for them to get this information of what they can do, what trainings are available for them, and that's important for us. So if we can get flyers, anything that you can help them with getting the job that they desire, that would be best for us, because right now in this community, we really don't have, we have Workforce Connection, which is great too, but if we can get other trainings, other businesses that come out here and will actually train their employees too. That would be great for Parlier. So thank you for doing this presentation. It was needed. Thank you.
I wanted to say, your team is so big. I mean, it's amazing, and thank you for coming. You work with workforce. I know you mentioned that, correct? I mean, because a lot of what you said is what we went and they had a presentation with us. I work at the school, the high school. So this is all interesting to me for our kids in our community and their parents. So this is something that is awesome for our community. We can put it out there in any which way or forms individually. We can put that information out there. Do you also work with ROP, Valley ROP as well?
You know, we haven't yet,
Oh.
but I know that we're looking at what we can do in our schools in order to I mean, if we don't start with kids that are 16, 17, right, we've lost them.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
yeah, we understand, and we're working with the K through 12 folks to get everybody involved.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because like I said, the workforce has like ROP, but a lot of things that you said you work with, it's out there. It's out there. It's just having to push those kids to get motivated to get that, job skills. Thank you.
I'm also on the state workforce development board.
Okay.
So looking at how do we bring additional money through our workforce boards to fill in all those gaps. And, this new grant, even though we've done workforce training for a long time through the Department of Social Services and helping put people to work, this new grant also lets us do a little bit more. Actually, a lot more. It helps us do a lot more. And that's bringing in all of the workforce partners together.
Okay. Thank you.
I have something.
Yes.
You brought up how Parlier looks now coming in. You took a drive. We do have former council member Trinidad who was part of it. So out of acknowledgement that you gave us, I would like to acknowledge you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. We had a really great team. Diane's not here to actually, also thank her for her efforts of doing everything that she's been here. She was actually on the council for over 20 years.
I remember.
So she was really involved, and she is the reason why we've got all these things that happen as well with Trino. And of course our staff. I'll never forget our staff, because our staff is the reason why things get done, right? Because you guys are behind the scenes getting everything done, right, Leanne?
That's right.
I know. So you always have to praise those that actually work hard to make this community great, and that's our team that we have in our city hall, and your team. That's going to help us bring those jobs here. So Leanne, to start working on that so we can get those jobs here.
Ready.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, yeah. Did you have a question?
I just want to thank you also for your team to come out. And I know I've heard they mention social services and childcare, which to me, I worked with children for 30 years and early childhood education. So to me, it's like you cannot get these jobs if you don't have anybody to care for your children.
Absolutely.
And that they're really taken care of. And yes, I really love that. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, we realized when we put our training programs together that a lot of people were left out, right? Because they couldn't get there, they didn't have the transportation, or they didn't have childcare, or they had a job in the day and we needed to do it at night. So as we look at how do we do this bigger and better, we take in all those obstacles and barriers.
Yeah, because there's a lot of parents that one has to work night shift, and the other one has to do day shift so they can care for their children. And sometimes it's hard because they want to advance in their jobs, but then they don't qualify for some kind of childcare, so it is hard on them. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I also want to thank you guys for showing up and giving this great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you guys. I have on public comments. We're gonna do.
It's for her.
Okay, we got to move on with Chief, because we you guys delayed this whole thing in the beginning. No. We have public comments.
I'm not talking about public comments. They're gonna leave. They're gonna leave, Mayor. I mean, they supposed
You don't
to
have the floor where it's not on the agenda.
to us. Also, we got comments as part of the.
But it's only a presentation informational. Chief, can you please? It's
not an agenda.
It's not an agenda item.
Simply
For
a presentation.
it's a presentation.
Let me just stay half a minute. I'm
Chief,
telling you that
please.
the program is really good.
You can,
Thank you for that.
you can address that later.
Humberto,
Chief.
thank you for that comment. It's very kind of you, but we do have to follow the order here, so
Yes.
please refrain your comments till later, okay? Thank you, Humberto.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, I respect you.
I'm sorry again. So now, Chief, you're next with the presentation for your crime stats.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council and citizens of Parlier and guests. Glad to see you all here. I'm going to present our stats over the last year and go over. So our responsibility to the police department is to keep the community safe. And in doing so, we have to strategically deploy our forces based on the crime in the community. And a lot of this is regulated through statistics. So UCR is Uniformed Crime Reporting, which is managed and regulated by the FBI. So every quarter we have to report our crimes. And Part 1 crimes are the crimes that were identified as crimes that impact quality of life in communities. Now there are other crimes, Part 2 crimes, that are considered a less impact on the community, but the Part 1 crimes, just to give you an idea, there's 8 categories. It's homicide, rape, robbery, murder, aggravated assault. Those are persons crimes. Property crimes are burglary and larceny and auto theft. Those are property crimes. And then also they added arson as well. So there's 8 categories that we have to report the police department to be in compliance with the Department of Justice and the FBI. So every quarter we report this, and at the end of the year, this is our end of the year quarterly reports that identifies the crimes in our community and the rates as well. So first of all, we look at homicide in our community. In 2021, we had 3 homicides. Last year, we had 3 homicides as well. So that didn't change, and it's something that we are holding as a priority. We're working to reduce that and eliminate that completely, and hopefully the goal is not to have any homicides in our community. The next section is rape. So in 2021, we had 11 rapes. That was reduced by 54.5% to 5 rapes. So, and that also includes, so it's forced rape, but it's unlawful sexual intercourse with the minor as well. Like I said, that was reduced tremendously by 54%. The next category is robbery. So we had 12 robberies in 2021. We also had 12 robberies last year in 2022. That stayed the same. Some of the strategies we use for violent crimes and robberies is working with the businesses in the community and advising them, giving them the information about how to conduct their business, the hours that they operate in, making them aware of the crimes that are occurring abroad and in this community, so they're prepared to handle this, and as well as improving their security system with surveillance cameras, and as well as properly locking their facility and having the proper staffing as well. So aggravated assault consists of a number of different type of assault. So aggravated assault it's distinguishable from a simple assault in that there is more serious injury to the victim. So generally, if somebody sustains lacerations, broken bones, to that level of injury, then that's considered an aggravated assault. A simple assault, which is not part of this, are simply if you push somebody, those are considered simple assaults, and there are no visible injuries. So our aggravated assaults that we reported in 2021, 151, and then last year in 2022, that was reduced by 36.4% to 96. So we saw a really nice reduction in aggravated assaults, and that was really nice to see, in regards to the violent crimes. So property crimes, burglaries are always a challenge in all communities. This year, burglaries were down by 11.1%. In 2021, we had 27 burglaries. Last year, in 2022, we had 24 burglaries. So that was a nice number to see, and it came down a little bit there. Larceny is basically petty theft. So stolen bikes, stolen cans, chairs, anything stolen from your front yard, your backyard, that's considered larceny. In 2021, we had 99 cases, and last year in 2022, we had an increase by 5%, and that went up to 104 cases of larceny. So like I said, a lot can be done in preventative measures when we inform the community through social media about just home protection. You know, you really want to lock up your items, anything that's in your car. You don't want to have anything visible. Like I said, security cameras, if you can't afford security cameras, then you got to do a little extra to secure your property. And it's just good business and common sense and whatnot to leave outside overnight. Auto theft. So auto theft has been something that Fresno County has been plagued with, and we're not immune to it. We have our percentage of auto thefts here, and it actually went down by one number. We had 53 in 2021 and 52 last year, and that dropped by 1.8%. But auto theft, we've got a ring of these rings that run around of thieves, and they run from, because we work with other communities that run to Reedley, Salma, Sanger. They all report the same statistics. We know that there's a ring out there, and there's a big market for that for stolen vehicles. Arson, of course, is a deliberate setting of fire to destroy and deface property. That went up by 100% in 2021. We had two solid cases. In 2022, we confirmed 4 cases of arson. Now, we've had other fires. Actually, we've had more fires than that, but not all of them are declared arson. And that is established by the fire department. So the fire department comes out when we go out to a fire, and they assess the scene and make an evaluation, and they determine whether it's arson or not. So in total, for the Part 1 crimes, in 2021, we had 358 reported Part 1 crimes, and that was reduced by 16.2% to 300 Part 1 crimes. So from 2021 to 2022, we did see a reduction in crime. And that's property crimes and person crimes by 16.2%. So that's good. Of course, we got a lot to improve on, and we're going to continue to implement new strategies and work with the community to continue to reduce crime and the fear of crime. So if we can switch to the next frame, please. One thing that I want to address, so we had under aggravated assault, within that number, we have an element of that's that composes the aggravated assaults, or the drive-by shootings and domestic violence. So in 2021, we had quite a challenging year, and we had a number of drive-by shootings. You know, our team got together, and we really, you know, the due diligence that these guys, you know, the energy that they put into to reduce these shootings was tremendous, and I think it paid off. So in 2021, we had after the shootings, we had a number of search warrants. We had gang sweeps, multi-agency gang sweeps. We did a lot to suppress the shootings, and it appears it paid off. That was reduced by 76%. Last year we had 5 drive-by shootings. So from 21, yes, I am. That was incredible when I saw that. I said, well, that's great, because we really, you know, the guys really worked hard. You know, we worked together as a team. We strategized. We roundtabled a lot of things, and you know, they just put in the effort. So I praise my troops for getting out there and really doing a good job. We confiscated a lot of firearms in 2021 when we were having all the shootings. So we were having a lot of operations. We ended up confiscating 48 firearms in 2021, which is normally double of what we confiscate. So last year we ended up confiscating 28 firearms. So the number was reduced. We didn't confiscate as many, but I think it was because of the effort that we put in 2021 after the the rash of shootings that we're having and the combination of all the operations we were doing. So I think that's a positive note. Another thing I wanted to note and inform the council is that our mental health is a big trend nowadays, and it's no longer something that is a low priority. And we have a big priority with mental health, and so it's extremely important that our officers get the proper training, because as you can see, the numbers continually increase, and there are numbers several years back, but they gradually increase every year. And we had 61 cases last year. The year before that, it was 57, so it increased a little bit. But I'm telling you, we get calls all the time for mental health cases, and our officers need that proper training. They need that triage so they can come out and assess the situation and handle it properly. Because years ago, decades ago, we never had that training in the police academy, and it was something that was never available. So officers couldn't identify. They didn't have the experience to identify what was a mental illness issue and what was a behavior issue. So a lot of times it ended up in use of force, unnecessary uses of force, which research has shown that our practices were outdated and antiquated. So now there's a lot of mental health training out there, and our guys are getting annual mental health training. We have some training. We did some training last year. We have some training coming up this year, but it's something new that I'm implementing, and so we can have it on an annual basis, because it's one of those things. It's a perishable skill. You have to continue to practice that training. You have to continue to have that training. There are other perishable skills that are similar to that. So like interview and interrogation, driving skills, those skills perish if you don't continue to practice them. So it's essential. So we're going to be doing a lot of that as well. If we can switch to the next frame, please. And just going back to the stats. So our arrest rate our juvenile arrest rate in 2021 was 36. We made 36 arrests. Last year we made 53. That was an increase by 47.2%. So this goes back to the shootings we were having in 2021. The majority of the shootings, I would say 80 to 90% of those shootings were juveniles. They were all juveniles. We identified that. We identified these groups out there that were committing these shootings. So of course, the arrest rate for juveniles is going to increase, and that's what we see here. A lot of these arrests, as I have here, were assaults, weapons, narcotics, opioids, seem to be at the top of the list for arrests. There are other more minor offenses, but these were at the top of the list for juvenile arrests. Adults arrests, we had 483 in 2021, and that increased to 540. So we had 540. That's 11.8 increase in adult arrests of adults. So it's again, I think it's showing the proactivity that the officers are being effective out there in the street, and they're doing their due diligence. By having the arrest rate increase, just shows that they're out there doing their job. So total arrest for 2021 was 519. That increased to 14.25% to 593 arrests in 2022. We can switch to the next frame, please. Just to give you an idea of how many calls for service every year that we respond to. So in 2021, we had 17,069 calls for service, and those calls for service range, there's 50 different areas. So it could be anything from a vandalism, a 911, an officer doing a vehicle stop, a subject check. So there's a long list, a litany of areas that it covers, but there were 17,069 in 2021. So that reduced by 10.6% in 2022 to 15,243 calls for service. So there's a number of variables that contribute to why there was a reduction in calls. It could be anything from just the enforcement alone and the community becoming safer, or it also could be citizens not reporting reporting the crime. We would like to believe, our theory is that because of the enforcement that we're deploying and working with the community, some of the outreach that we're doing is really having a positive effect on the community. So the goal is, yes, we want to reduce the calls for service as much as possible. That indicates that would reflect our crimes as well. So crimes go down as well. And then if we could switch to the last frame, please. So our response time, we dispatch with Kalinga right now, and our priority 1 calls are at 4, on the average is 4 minutes. So, and that spectrum is anywhere from 1 minute to like 6 or 7 minutes. So it just depends on the call. But on the average, based on our yearly stats, it's 4 minutes and 1 second there for a priority 1 call. And priority 1 calls are emergency calls. And we do get some calls that aren't emergencies, but they call priority 1. But it's part of the whole calculating those statistics. And then we got our priority 2 calls, not emergencies, but they're serious, and the average response time is 6.5 minutes. And then priority 3 crimes are we call those like a cold burglary. If your car got broken into, we're busy on other calls. That's a low priority call, so we'll get there when we can. But right now we're on a more priority call, and that's 6.8 minutes. So these numbers aren't bad, but there's room for improvement. We want to get those numbers back down. We want to get those priority calls down, cut in half. We want to try and next year reduce the response times by 50%. That's going to be one of our goals, along with some of these other goals. So what we do with these stats is, we roundtable with all our supervisors based on our training and experience, all of our resources, and we try and establish strategies, to determine what's going to be more effective, what's working, what's not working, how we're going to, and this, you always have to motivate your personnel as well. Working with your personnel, getting them motivated, what interests them. So there's a lot of strategies that we have and practices that are long-standing that we look at and review, and some of them are outdated. So some of them, it's like, okay, this one isn't working. Let's try something new. So the training that we go to every year is essential because, society is evolving. Crimes are evolving. So the opioid epidemic that we have, that this nation is facing, Parlier is not immune to that. So if our officers are not trained in identifying individuals who are possessing opioids or under the influence of opioids, then that is neglecting our responsibility to keep this community safe and the people safe. So the training is essential based on the crime trends. So your crime trends will dictate your type of training. We did have Did I mention the domestic violence? I'm not sure if I passed that up. I think that was the second frame, because that's something important that we keep track of and I keep track of. We've had our challenges with domestic violence, but and we're doing our best to keep ahead of it. But domestic violence in 2021, we had 55 cases. Last year in 2022, it went up 7.2%. We had 59 cases. So there's 52 weeks in a year. So we know that every week we have at least one domestic violence. And I know this because every week the officers at the end of their shift, they submit a debriefing log. So anything that happened on your shift is written on a log and it's passed over to the next shift. So they know what's going on out there and if there's any follow-up that needs it. And I get it for statistic purposes. And I see that every week that I come in, and I review those statistics, that domestic violence is on that list. We've got a domestic violence on average once a week in this community. So that's something we're working with our outreach. La Centro La Familia, who are advocates for DV, we're working with them. But and a lot of it is associated with, there's drugs and alcohol are involved. So we know those are some of the risk factors. We're looking at barriers. A lot of times the victims don't see that, that cycle and getting out of this relationship simply because financial reasons. Maybe these are generational. It's being normalized. Well, this is the way it was when my parents grew up and my grandparents. So we look at those barriers and we look at protective factors. Okay, how are we going to change that? And we work with, like I said, our DV advocates, Fresno County, but that's important. So we want to, that's another top priority of ours at the department. If we could switch to the,
Chief, could you also mention the other programs that you work with? I know Breaking the Chains is one of them too.
oh
as
yes,
well.
yes. So human trafficking is a new trend that is, it's plaguing the state and the nation. We know it's international. It's transnational. It's just remarkable how big this industry it is. It's the fastest growing industry. It's $1 billion industry out there, and we've had our bouts with that. So it's something with Breaking the Chains, who came on board a couple of years ago. Sonia brought them on, and they've been fantastic in helping us investigate these cases and provide services for the victims of human trafficking. But that is also a big situation that we're dealing with, and it's on our radar. So yeah, we want to thank them. We got a lot of partners out there that are helping us with their outreach. We've got the Lions Club are tremendous. They help us out with a lot of things. The school district. We got the Rotary Club. We got the Roundup. We got a lot of partners that come together, and everybody plays a role. And because it takes a village, we can't do it by ourselves. We need community to help us out, and a lot of tremendous people in this community that are pillars of this community that they just have a big heart and they want to help. But yes, that is a big concern. So this, and I know it's hard to see. I just couldn't figure out how to get it right. So on the bottom right corner, you have a pie chart, and on that pie chart there are multiple agencies on that pie chart. And so in our southeast area, we've got Sanger, Selma, Reedley, Fowler, Orange Cove. I believe Kalinga's on there. So that's the calls of service all year long for all those cities. And Parlier is in there. If you can see Parlier, where first is you got Sanger on the bottom. They've got 35,000 calls. Kerman is 20,000. Fireball 17,000. Parlier is 15,000. And then you got Kalinga, Kingsburg, Fowler, Orange Cove. And so our cities, when we meet at the Chiefs meeting, we meet once a month, we share this information. What are the trends you're seeing? And a lot of times, like catalytic converter thefts, it's the same people that are traveling that circuit, and there's a ring of them that are out there. So we share that information. If they actually arrest somebody, they share their profile with us, so we know what to look for, what type of cars they're driving, what they're wearing. Same thing with gang-related type disturbances. We share all that information. So we have the knowledge. When we're driving around out there, we know what to look for. It's like, hey, we just got this on briefing that this white van and it has this logo on it is associated with catalytic converter thefts. And so we do our vehicle stops, and that's how you reduce crime. It's just being really informed, and this is how we get our information, by sharing that information with all the other agencies that are out there on a larger scale. But if you want to reduce that, you want to minimize that a little bit. So on top, just right above that pie chart, if you can expand that a little bit more. So we've got it's broken down into crimes that are committed by the day. I mean, the calls of service by day. So we know at the Parlier Police Department on Thursdays, Fridays, and Wednesdays and Saturdays are our busiest days, because you look at the call volume. Call volume will dictate that, and that's how you deploy your strategic patrol. So on Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, where that side of the patrol is heavy because the call volume is heavy and the crime is heavy on those days. So you overload that side of the shift. And if you can go down to the bottom, please. So that's broken down by hour. So throughout the year, and this is an annual statistic report. So throughout the year, they determine how many calls for service on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They also break it down by hour. So if you look at the call volume and you'll see which hours, which time of the day where crime is at the highest, and you can see that we had, anywhere where it's 800, where you see 800, that's a high when crimes occur most, and generally we got it at 8 in the morning, we got it at midnight, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, anywhere between 5 and 9 o'clock in the afternoon is where we have a high call volume and when crimes are most likely to be committed. So we make sure during those hours, so officers that take breaks, lunch, and what have you, we try and make sure we strategize that and do it in between the downtime. So when there's less call volume, less crimes being committed, that's kind of when you have downtime to write reports and handle other things and follow-ups. But during these the hours where crime is most likely to occur, that's where we visibility is high, and we're out on the streets and we're trying to suppress crime through vehicle stop, subject checks, and following our lead. So, so this is a statistical sheet that I get. This is the annual one, but I get one like this every week. So every week it comes in, and it comes in through the Sheriff's Department, who provides that service to all the agencies out here. And we sit down and strategize, and sometimes we'll see a difference, a spike in one area, and that is uncharacteristic, and we adjust. So you have to evolve, and so we continue to adjust. But that's a breakdown of the crime stats. So thank you, Council and Mayor, and thank you, community. Any questions? Feel free.
Chief, I just wanted to, I'll open it up and once we're done up here first, so we can have the council speak first. I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work. You've been here for, I don't know how many years. How many years has it been now?
25.
Wow. So you were here throughout that time where we were at the verge of closing the doors for our police department. I don't know if a lot of you remember that, but now we're here with a fully staffed police department, a $3 million budget, which Parlier has never seen anything like that before. We had a budget before of 1.5 and 9 officers. So, for you to be leading our department, I think speaks volumes of you, because even though I know we had a previous chief, but you were still leading that department with the lieutenant job and getting them the training that they need, looking at every avenue to try to get them the resources to make this community better. And you actually mentioned something about mental health that is so true, and that's nationwide. We all hear it everywhere, where there's a lot of need for training with mental health and how to approach a person that you don't know what you're approaching. It's the unknown. And so they risk their lives every day to make this community safe. So I want to thank you and everybody there at the police department for their hard work. It shows. The policing that we have with the camera system, that is something that I'm so glad that Chief Garza, before, he's the one that actually brought that to the city and started implementing the monitoring, the license plate reader and camera system at every corner. We're able to catch suspects, right, Chief? I mean, it's really,
that's
really
an
good.
enormous tool that we've been able to actually solve crimes through the camera system that we have. We have 60 cameras. So the city is well covered. I mean, we can't solve every crime, and we can't afford to put an officer on every corner of the city, but we can put up cameras to help us out. And that's a tremendous tool. Yes, it's proven to pay dividends. So,
Yeah, and I want to thank the community as well, because they are the ones that pass Measure Q. So we only get 500,000 of that property tax, but it's still a lot to cover our police department. So we're hoping to fully sustain that and eventually have our own investigation unit that I know Chief is really trying hard to solve our own crimes. And I think eventually you'll get there before you decide to retire. Not yet, until you accomplish that.
Right.
All right.
Okay. No, thank you very much. And yeah, I want to thank the council for the support, the community. I couldn't do this without the community. All of you guys have helped the department in one way or another. I'll tell you that. And it's you can't do it alone. And then the officers, having our relationship and ability to work together, you know, you run so much more efficient. It's really streamlined. But thank you, thank you everybody.
I just wanted to say thank you, Chief, and thank your staff as well. The difference it shows in your stats, so just thank them.
We're trying. I'll tell you that we're trying hard. So.
Thank you.
One other thing I wanted to mention, I think that it's really important what you're doing as far as keeping our community informed. Every time you show and you post on social media, all of the projects, every training that you do is fantastic because you're keeping the community informed as far as what you're doing to make this police department a great department. And your leadership shows exactly what you're doing and what you're about. And I really, really appreciate that you're doing this for this community.
Well, thank you. And it's, you know, it's this community is everything. I mean, it's my passion, you know, and I really enjoy it, you know, working here and providing that services. One thing I want to make sure is that our officers are highly qualified and highly trained. And that's gonna equal quality service, you know, and talking about training. This week, we just had some exceptional de-escalation training. So because of all the use of force incidents with police and public, trying to reduce that and changing the old-fashioned way of how to handle hostile situations. De-escalation tactics are tremendous. And that's another thing, along with mental health, that we're doing annually. And so the officers are out there in the street and they don't automatically go to their taser or their baton. They're instructed on how to assess a situation, de-escalate it verbally. And that's such a huge tool, especially nowadays. I know there's been a dark cloud over law enforcement, you know, over some of these use of force incidents, but it's something that, and some of the old practices we have had in the past, those are old and antiquated. And we have to evolve with the times. And I'm actually glad to say that we are right on task with that. I'm making sure that our guys are getting the proper training for the community. So once again, thank you, all of you guys. I really appreciate you all.
Thank you, Chief, for everything you guys do and for including us and every time you have your events. Love being there, helping out.
Yes, I couldn't do it without you guys. I'll tell you. You know how challenging that is. So when you guys come out, I am relieved to see you guys out there to help out. Yeah. It means a lot because you guys are, you know, the people in this community that are pillars, the council, members of it in the seats out here. You guys know who you are, but you guys are very influential. And if you get out there and promote these positive events, it really goes a long way. And we've gotten some really good responses from the community about, wow, this is really nice to see that, you know, there's all this outreach that we're doing. But like I said, I couldn't do it without you guys. So you guys deserve a lot of credit.
And Susan. Yeah. Susan's the one that's right there by your side.
She is, yes, my partner in crime there, so to speak. Yes.
Yes, Chief, I'd like to mention I am very proud of you guys are doing an extremely good job. It's just like when Sonia, yourself, and I got those 5 cop cars going, you really guys got on that so quick. I mean, that was amazing, Sonia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well. Continue doing the good work, and you know how I feel about you guys, 110% for the PD. You know that.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Kathy.
So I just want to commend you, Chief, too, for not only going out there and doing your suppression, but, you know, for the outreach that you do, and the neighborhood block parties. There is not another chief I know out there that does as much as you do, as much as all the outreach that you do. The neighborhood block parties and all the events, I think that is just as important.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's fun. You get everybody out there, the community out. You see all the kids that are rambunctious and enjoy. Man, it's very fulfilling. So I love it.
You said
people are
the
talking
kids.
about it. They
That's
love
the part
it.
that I like to see is when you are engaging with our youth because of the fact that you're trying to get them at a young age so that they don't, you know, end up in prison or anything like that. You want to get them and help them and put them in the right track, you know?
Yeah, Chief, I just want to say thank you. You know, I've supported you always and will still keep supporting you. Thank you.
Okay, our Measure Q president right there. Thank
And the pies that you ate.
So, alrighty then, we're gonna move on to the next item. Susan?
Well, Chief.
I'll just have her because she's been waiting. You guys
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you. Since we're talking about the chief now, I'm going to get him more big-headed now, chief. I'm going to pass this around. These are the upcoming activities that we're working with the police department, with the chief. We had a meeting, and this is going to cover the whole year. And we just want the blessings, and I'm working already together on getting that event going on. And I have to thank Jaime, who's been working very closely, my staff, as far as doing outreach and activities that's coming up. So I want to cover that area first. We're putting together February 19th, a basketball tournament at the Parlier, against the community of Parlier, that means including the youth and the police department. The location will be at the Parlier Middle School. And we're going to be blessed with this facility. I talked to the superintendent already. And then on May 7th, we're going to have a horseshoe tournament coming up. And I think we're thinking of having them at Earl Ruth Park. And also on August 19th, we're going to have the second annual Parlier Car Show. It has been very successful at last year's first one. And then September 17th, we're going to have our second annual mush ball competition. And I want to introduce all my partners here that's been really helpful in building up the center and also doing a lot of the events and the block parties with the chief, working with us on that. So September 17th will be the mush ball competition. And then on the back of it, November 12th, I've been blessed this year. The superintendent is supporting that. We're going to have Parlier Got Talent competition. So we're going to get the youth involved. In every of these events, we're having the police department be our partners. And right now, I also want to introduce two our partners that have been working with us. Laura, would you like to stand, please? This is from SanCal. And SanCal has been working with us very closely in a lot of the events. And now they're getting involved also utilizing the center also for workout, right? You said.
Yeah, so that's a very awesome opportunity that isn't offered to all our police when it's raining or when it just gets too cold for the girls to be out there working at the park. Now she's providing the opportunity of our girls to have a workout at the Civic Center, the Youth Center. That's just totally awesome. Yeah, and we just went through a rebranding season. We're no longer staying there.
Thank you. Oh, okay. And then also I want to have Pastor Gabriel. Could you stand up, please? Pastor Gabriel also has been helping us to get moving with a lot of the events, and movie nights on Friday. And just so updating you, if you want to get to the next slide, I want to show you over the years that we've been in Parlier. We've done a lot of events. I'm sure Sabrina, Kathy, you can see yourself there. We had fun. There was the Red Ribbon Week. We were very actively involved in that one. Next slide. There you go, Chief. Your group over there. Okay, next one. And this is our first event, the music festival that we had over there, and the chief was a speaker there. As you can see, we did a lot of things going on there, and the kids were really enjoying themselves. That was last year, 2021. We have our first annual music festival at the center. Next one. Yep, there you go, SanCal. Your team, our first mush ball competition, the girls, yes. And then you see, Chief is getting a lot of prayer there. We need it in this city. Thank you. Go ahead. Next one. And this is what my staff has been working out with the kids, doing activities, physical education, and then recreation time too, as you can see. Next one. A little bit of counseling and mentoring there, and some of the kids that are standing there, I'm sure some of them, I hate to say, some of them didn't make quite well, and in a memory of one of my young men over there, Anthony, that passed away. Yeah, we lose some, we win some, and we're trying to save lives. Next slide. And there you go, my graduates from the program. I'm sure, Sabrina, you recognize a lot of them. Yeah, we graduated quite a few. I can only put a few pictures there. Next one. There you go, some more from the junior high too. Next one. Some counseling there. And then we were at the junior high. We did events over there too in 2021. They had a good time. Next one. Yep, there you go. Every day, that's all we have. Kids coming in after school. They're really having a good time. They're becoming children again instead of running around in the street. Next one. This is our first open house when we got the grant from the Sierra Health, and everybody was there, and a lot of support there. It was on June 24th we had that. That's just one of those pictures, and then we have recognized Ms. Chavez there, and Ava, who's been very instrumental in helping us. Next. Of course, Mr. Pizza Pirate is always there for us, supporting us. He never misses. He's always everywhere. I have to force him to show up that day. Okay, and then that's why our open house is. Everybody was there supporting us. There you can see Lydia right there from the district with the whole family. She's been very instrumental at the district in helping us to get all these kids that are sort of, a little bit out of control with behavior. So we've been helping them, and she's been very instrumental in helping us. Altogether, actually, we've served 79 clients, and I have the statistic. Let me see, where did I put it? My goodness, okay. We have some statistic here that we show that there are only 79 clients that we serve up to this date. And we have graduated, we have graduated 37 of them out of the 79 clients. And of course, in the kind of program we serve, we have 27 of them that has been terminated. So usually when we say termination, we never know, they do come back again. It's like a recycle. So we got to work with them. We can't give up on them, none of them. And we're going to continue working. And as you know, you notice that CBS now has the word ARC on it because we recently become a nonprofit. So our status now has changed. We are now a nonprofit. Okay, so you're going to see the ARC under, and then CBS Services. So we have officially become a nonprofit organization. And that's why, because with the funding now coming to an end from the last 2 years from the CalVIP, we're going to continue working here. I'm not one of those programs, and I want to tell you something. And you're looking at me personally, coming from me. I've been here since 2012 without the support of anybody, but I love this city. And 2 years ago, when the city invited my organization to provide services at the school, to provide intervention and prevention services and to stop the violence, I make sure the money is used appropriately to help these kids. And it's not going to stop right there because we're not here to be with the money. That's why we're doing all this fundraising to be able to sustain the program no matter what it takes. So you're not going to see me leave at all. This is God's work, and I'm not leaving. This city needs help, okay? The young people needs help. And I have 3 members of my young people in here that will be sitting on the youth commission that we talked about. And I've also got 3 members from St. Cal. I don't know your new name now, since you're going to put on your organization. Oh, Parlier. Oh, wow. Lady Bandits? And they put 3 more members in there. And I need Councilmember Molina over here to get a hold of your son, Patrick, because I've been trying to get a hold of the Roundup people to have some of the youth from Roundups and also from the Queen of Roundup, or is it the Queen or Princess of Roundup? I want her on that thing. And somehow nobody is returning my call and nobody is reaching out to me.
Have
So
you tried
I need
Irma?
that.
Have you tried
Excuse
calling
me?
Irma? Irma Torres. She's the one that's ahead of the.
Who?
Yeah, but a phone call. I mean, have you ever?
No, I don't know that. Why don't you text it to me? You have my number, right?
Yeah.
Molina?
Just a phone call.
Could you talk to them? Yeah, we have already about 7 members, but I need the Roundup group coming in, and also I need from the school. Okay, Sabrina, please. We're gonna try to round up everybody. Okay, and then the Leo, I've talked to Nooney, and he hasn't got back to me either. Come on, I'm a fast worker. I gotta get it going.
I'll talk to Nooney.
Yes. Yes. Why don't you, yeah, there you go. Now be ready, because whenever somebody get on, this is my personality. Once you say you're gonna be contacting me, I don't want to be waiting around, and you're gonna be frustrated with me. Either you're gonna answer me or you're not gonna call me at all. So I don't know,
Susan.
When it comes to the kids, I go crazy. I love them. You know,
Susan.
this is important.
What's the name of your nonprofit? That way he knows.
Now, the one that just showed, ARC,
It was on the
Intervention Prevention Services, but it's a CBS service. So we're still providing the same service, except the difference now is we're going to be more actively involved, providing physical health and, all kinds of things. We're going to do that every day so the kids can come to the center. And let me tell you, don't think that I have millions of dollars of staff, okay? All of them are volunteers, by the way.
Yeah.
They're all volunteers. That's why I love this city. Every time you guys start fighting, it irritates me when I'm arguing like that. But you know what? I see the point, though. You do love the city. Yeah. And I keep telling you guys, you got the passion. You really got the passion. It's just a matter of, addressing it differently. We all have differences. But that's crazy. I mean, that's how Family Feud is, right? And then we all get along again. That is just so awesome. I don't know. I don't know about you, but that's how I see you guys.
Could you please talk a little bit of your history as far as how you got involved? How long you've been involved with the kids? Because I think it's really important for the people to know a lot about you and how you work with probation and you also work with the court system.
I hate to advertise myself.
To help the kids.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. If you want me to say that, okay, you're gonna have to. Well, it's a long time.
I think it's important that they know about you.
Yeah. I look Mexican, but I'm not Mexican, number one. I'm Chinese. I was born in Hong Kong, China. I grew up in Indonesia. And I'm not a very scholastic type of kids, but just to make the long story short, I've been doing this, and July 14th, it will be 36 years. 36 years. I ran a nonprofit for 20 years under the House of Hope for Youth. I also volunteer at the juvenile hall as an assistant chaplain for 20 years. So I'm very familiar with the system. And a lot of the judges and the probation officers, and they were all interns at the time, and they were not judges yet. They were just going to internship. Some of them actually volunteer with me. And I knew Leanne forever. It's like, oh my God, we meet in Parlier? I worked with her for many, many years. So I've known her for 30 plus years. So that's why I know a lot of people. I was educated actually in England. I graduated with a bachelor's degree in music, conservatorium. Since you asked me, so I'm just telling you who I am. But my title is not important. Actually, my mom teased me one time. My major was in music. I went to Vienna Conservatorium to study music. And when I started serving in juvenile hall, she one time got so upset for me. She said, if you're going to do that, what am I sending you to school there for? You're singing for the kids in juvenile hall instead of using it for something else, performance or anything like that. But that wasn't my calling. I use music as a way of therapy for myself because I don't have a very good history of my childhood. My parents were good people. I'm not ashamed to tell you that I went through quite a very dramatic childhood. And so I have a lot of, how would you say? It's personal to me when it comes to rape, domestic violence, and child abuse and child molestation. And I know how that feels personally. Let me just put it that way. And I guess it was a training ground from God for me to be doing what I do. My marriage wasn't perfect. I'm very transparent. Anybody could see it. And I tell these kids, I'm not ashamed. We all carry something. And if we're going to be passionate working with our youth, one thing I've learned, you have to be honest. You have to be transparent. And when she was talking about mental health, I was one of those young people that went through depression with nobody knowing it. For me, I was very, very blessed. I didn't go to therapy. I didn't take medication. By the grace of God, I was okay. And now I'm a certified trainer also in mental health first aid. I'm one of the few trainers in the whole United States as a mental health first aid trainer. I don't advertise myself. I can show you my resume, but it's unnecessary. Those titles are great, educations are great, but at the end of the day, personal experience is what you're going to use it for. What purpose? No money can buy that. You cannot be taught. One thing that cannot be taught: common sense, compassion, and wisdom. And Sabrina, I'm glad that you mentioned something when we were talking about that, the economic development people saying about the kids. That's the first thing that got in my heart, and I'm glad you mentioned that. And I know that Leanne and I will be working very closely to make sure Parlier gets the deal. Everything that we do in here, I want to make sure Parlier gets it, because I've been in Fresno a lot. Fresno is a lot bigger, and it's very political, like everything else. But when it comes to the kids, when it comes to gang, Chief can tell you that. We have to be proactive. I work a lot with Magic in Fresno, and I have no problem in the model that I do in this program: accountability, responsibility, consequences. That's why I create my new nonprofit, to answer you, Diego. Accountability, responsibility, consequences. That doesn't mean just the kids. It has to start from us. We have to hold ourselves accountable. Don't just talk about it. Be responsible. We have to start with ourselves, how we conduct ourselves, or there will be consequences. So I believe in second chance, third chances. Lately, I'm sure Chief is aware of it, 3 California prisons has already been closed down, right? So now they're releasing a lot of the inmates. It could be bad, it could be good, I don't know. Because I've been doing this for the last 30 plus years, a lot of the inmates that come out now, Chief, on parole, they were my kids. They were all about this age right now. Could you guys stand up from it? How old are you, Diego? Okay, come on over here for a minute. Those children that was once served by House of Hope for Youth are home now. And they're already in their 40s and 50s. And they still call me mom. They still look for me. And I still pull their ear. You better behave yourself, I said. And I don't want any of these kids to go to prison. And I don't want them dead. I've lost enough kids just last year. The ones that I know, total of 105. And that's too much. We cannot afford to lose any more of our kids, and we need to stop fighting when it comes to kids. I know you're all very passionate about it. At the end of the day, you're all gonna go home, and you're gonna have to face yourself. What is your purpose? And this is what I taught the kids. And you need to ask yourself every day. And I told the kids, do you know where you come from? Do you know why you're here? What is your purpose? And where you gonna go when you die? And that's not just for the kids, it's for us all. We better have an answer. And I want them to speak up, not to advertise myself. Come on, Diego. And he's gonna be in my council, what they've learned. Not about Susan, I told you not to talk about me. Talk about me. Okay?
My name's Diego. I've been going to Susan's for about like almost 4 months now, and I've been in the Susan's class for substance abuse, and I'm actually graduating today. And
what did I have to do before you graduate?
you have to put me in my place. But Susan's has helped me a lot with, with my problems and stuff like that. But before that, I didn't know who Susan was or anything about her. And now I look at her very differently, like almost as a, a mom.
Grandma now.
Yeah. She's done a lot for me. She cares for me. And it's not just for me, like all of the kids that go and stuff like that. And she showed me what it is to be a home. A home is somewhere where you go and you feel comfortable, safe, and able to express yourself and be who you are. And I go every Thursday to Susan's, and I will not still keep on going voluntarily, cause I like what they do. The room that they use, we use it for a good purpose. We're gonna start doing exercise, stuff like that, so we get active and be productive. And, keep on going CBS or ARC, going until let her go. So let her go, and forever. She said she's gonna stay here. She's gonna stay here.
Come here, Roger. I'm trying to get them to do public speaking a little bit, so bear with us. Go on, Roger.
What am I supposed to say?
Just say whatever you want. I'm not gonna tell you. You were all so good earlier. Now you're shy. Just quickly.
I don't know what to say.
What you learn? What you learn?
What could I start off with?
Whichever way you want. Not all night though.
How long have you been in the program? I've been in it for like, how long already?
I don't know, 5 months?
Like about 5 months already. It taught me like to be a better person. It taught me always to be responsible, get my work turned in school. So I just been trying to do that, get my work.
Don't I tell you that when you walk into our office?
Yeah.
Good job.
Well, I don't want to put him in the spot anymore, but thank you, Susan, for your presentation. It's really important for, again, the community to know exactly what you do out there, because a lot of people don't really see what happens behind the scenes. They just think there's this program and they're receiving money, but they don't know what's going on. So it's really important for you to do these presentations so that people can know exactly what you're doing for the kids, because a lot of the times there's not enough for our kids, and we cannot, just toss them away and forget about them because they've been in trouble. They have a future. We cannot give up on them. And I used to always say, they are our future, but they're our current future, our current and our future, because you guys right now are important, and also in the future you're important. You're always going to be important because of the fact that we have to do what we need to do to help our youth, and there's not enough programs out there.
That's the future of this.
There's
One
not
day
enough
they'll be
programs
sitting
out
up
there.
there.
So I thank you for coming in here and doing this presentation. So
thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I can talk till I'm blue in the face, but if I don't get your support, it's very difficult. But I'm going to do it anyway, so.
No, you'll have the support. I'm sure the community as well.
All I want to say is you did a really good job. Roger? Both of you boys, both of you guys, both of you did a really good job. We're new to this, so we know how you feel if you have to talk in front of a mic. So, and we're adults. So, but you guys did a really, really good job. And hopefully you continue, because you are our future. And soon your children will be your future. So whatever you guys do in life is for your families that are going to come when you guys get a lot older. But you guys are doing a really, really good job. And Susan, I know that you're saying the fund, I think we understand too that the grant is going to finish in June for the CalVIP grant, right, that you're under. It's supposed to finish, I think it's a 2-year grant, and June will be the last.
There's only two months left?
Yeah. Okay, so it's gonna finish already. So how is your program gonna continue?
Like I just said, we're going to do
Just with the fundraisers and that's it?
Same thing. Nothing's going to stop.
Yeah, but I mean, since we're here, I mean, we wanna know how we can help. How can we help?
That's awesome. Can I just go to the back? Let it go back. So, all those activities that I just gave you right now, as you can see, there's a cost to it. Our first event is going to be February 19. Did you guys get one? Oh, missing one page?
Didn't get nothing.
Oh. No, in the back of it. This.
Turn it around.
Okay, well, you only passed out
Oh, no, that's not the one. I thought I gave you guys the one. We made a lot of copies. Did I not give? Oh, my God, what did I do? See, I'm getting really old. Oh, that's the one. That's my copy. Here.
So, what?
So every event you're gonna see, Sabrina, stop it. You make me laugh all the time. Okay, the February 9th. If you look at it, there's a price on it, right? The team, right, Jaime? Each time we have an event, we ask for the team to come in because it's not just the youth; it means the community, adults too, and everybody, you know. And we already got some raffle stuff that we want to raffle out. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna do fundraising for each one of them to maintain the funding so that we can continue working, you know, with the youth here. We're not going anywhere, like I said, no matter what it takes. So if the community wants to get involved, definitely we want you to do that, you know. So we have those events like mush ball and everything. So there's a price on it. All we need is from the city. I know that I have to have permission using the Luth Park for the horseshoe, but that's something that I don't know what I'm supposed to do to get that.
Chief and Sonia, you can meet with them and then just go over
Okay, the
stuff that you
horseshoe
need.
thing, right? For the school district, I already got an okay from the superintendent. All he has to do is just have it
He'll
signed
help
off.
you.
And then the car show, I'm working with the chief on that. We're going to have a bigger one this time. We have more time to actually put it together. Right. Last year, we did it in 6 weeks. We did it, not too bad. But we didn't make any money. We cut even. But that's okay. It's just a tryout, you know.
So just meet with Sonia and Chief to see what you can do. And then also, I'm glad that you're meeting up with the Dr. Iniguez, so that way he can help you as well. So I know that he's really good.
Definitely. The talent show is what I'm looking for. And Laura and I are working on it too about the team, right? The mush ball.
We're at
And
8:30.
Pastor is helping out too over there. You know, he has his movie nights and everything, right, Pastor Gabriel? Yeah, he's been very involved with us too with the block party and everything. So we're working together. That's it. That's the key. Nobody's going to take the credit. It's for the whole community of Parlier.
Can you meet with the council, Diego? He wants to find out of the dates. Can you? Yeah, because there's some dates here that it says the 12th. So I guess there's a discrepancy on the dates. So tomorrow, can you give Sonia the dates of your events so they can be present?
Okay,
So
yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt you anymore because we got to wrap it up. I have a lot of people that want to. There's other business that we have to take care of.
Okay.
And thank you, Susan. I appreciate everything you do. You know I support you 110%. Thank you, guys. The kids are great. I
Thank
see
you,
a lot of
guys.
potential there. Thanks, guys. I also wanted to move. I know we have public comments, but I want to move the item 10. Who's the other one? Yeah, he's on. There's. So I wanted to move one more item, guys, before we get to your guys' presentation, because I know Trino's been here since earlier, and I see that he's probably getting tired. So can we move the item number 10? We're gonna move it to now, so that way we can get that going for the mosquito abatement, and then we can move on to the rest of the business. Okay, I'm sorry, guys, it's just been kind of lengthy. So, Sonia, with the mosquito abatement?
I'm sorry. So this item is for the consideration necessary action to appoint a trustee from the City of Parlier to the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District Board of Trustees. So I gave you all a letter that I received from the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District. The Mosquito Abatement District has always had a trustee from the City of Parlier and serving from the City of Parlier for the last 48 years has been Mr. Joe Reyna. He has resigned from the Mosquito Abatement District. His term ended December 31st, so we need to appoint a new member. The mayor has, as the mayor, she has chosen to appoint Trinidad Pimentel to serve on the Mosquito Abatement District as a trustee. And so we are here to appoint, or to bring that forward to the council for approval.
Yeah, and I think, Trino, you're a perfect person for this. You already have been on the school board before. You've been our council member, so you have a lot of experience. I know that you will represent the city of Parlier really well. And I know that you will do great with the mosquito abatement to looking out for the best interests of our community. So that is the reason why when I was trying to think of who, I thought Trino.
And it is also important to that finding someone that can attend the meetings. The meetings are once a month, and they're on the first Monday in January at 1 p.m. So they're in the middle of the day.
Yeah, and like I said, Trino has the experience as already being on the board and also as council member. So I think that that's a perfect person to fit the position. So you can go ahead and say a few words if you want.
First of all, excuse me, because I got a sore throat. First of all, thank you, Mayor, for having the confidence in me. For the last 50 years, I have served this community in one capacity or another, either with youth sports, youth activities, youth education, you name it, I've done it. But the problem here is not Trino. The thing is having somebody to represent this community. This community means a lot to me. I've been here since 1948, and I'm not going to leave. So when the mayor asked me if I would accept it or consider it, I jumped to it because I am not a person that sits at home. I want to do things for this community because this community, like I said, means a lot to me. A lot of these people here know me for many years. They've known that I've done one thing in one capacity or another. First of all, I am very happy that you appoint me, but I'm very humble at the point that I'm going to be serving a very lucrative organization here in Parlier. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to have to fill some big shoes because Joe was there for many years. We respected him. He did a great job. But that doesn't mean that Trees is not going to go in there and do 110% to make this community proud. Thank you.
I read when I read the agenda, I read it as an appointment, and I was a little upset that hey, we didn't even get a chance to recommend somebody. After reading and going on the website and reading what they're looking for, yeah, you would be a candidate for this board. You have the experience. You've been on city council. You've been on the school board. You've been on multiple boards throughout for Fresno County, and I do believe you could represent us very well for this as this trustee for this board.
So since there's no questions, okay. Anybody from the public? Oh, go ahead. You can. No, that topic. Yeah.
I don't got nothing against Trino. But I'm not really impressed on his leadership position. I'm more impressed with Trino as just as a regular Parlier resident. He has been doing a lot for the community, but I have not been impressed as far as representing the city of Parlier. You know, so I think this position should be taken by a vote with a council. I think it's totally wrong that you just make the decision because I don't got no issues with Trino, but I think you have to also consider what the other people, what other council members will think. Because you think that they're trying to bypass you, you're bypassing them. They give the request to the boss, which is Sonia, about making those changes in the agenda.
Neil, can you go over on the appointment because there's again a misunderstanding, You don't have 3 minutes.
Be happy
We understand your opinion about Trino, so be it. No, you don't have time. There's no 3 minutes. Go ahead, Neil, can you please?
With all the respect,
Bertha,
you know, he represents us also, but at the same time.
You made a comment, Mr.
The comment is that you should allow the rest of the.
And I'm just interjecting in order to answer your question.
I know what you're gonna answer, I already know that, but you know that you don't do this with other councils that you represent. Okay? So that's what I'm telling you. You guys got to make the decision who you want. I'm sorry, I had seen the way he asked, he was saying motion or second, and the mosquito abatement is something that is affecting us a lot. So that's my say-so. But if you wanna keep Trino, that's fine with me. It's up to you.
okay, now can you go ahead and now you can turn on the mic, Bertha. Can you go ahead and explain the process, Neil?
I will, yes. You have an elected mayor in this city.
Yes.
Which is a little bit different from most cities which have
Appointed.
Appointed mayors. I think the only elected mayors are Selma now and Sanger.
Right.
And us.
No, Kingsburg is not elected.
Under Government Code, Section 40605, it is the elected mayor that makes. It is the elected mayor that makes all appointments to all boards, commissions, or committees of any type.
Which is these that you guys are requesting as well.
And this process is the mayor makes the appointment, the mayor makes the decision of who to appoint, and that comes before the council much in the same way as the President of the United States appoints a judge, and he gets the advice and consent of the Senate. So in other words, this is before you to either approve or not approve the appointment that has been made by the mayor.
What they don't understand as well is that they think that they can select somebody and bypass me, like I've said, and put someone there that they want.
Yeah,
The person that actually appoints them, just like the way for the cemetery board, I appointed the people that are there as well. Yes, yes. Whether you like to accept it or not, no, ask Buddy Mendez, because I made the call to him and told him who I wanted there in that position, and he put them there. So when Dorothy was appointed, she was appointed by the former mayor as well. So that's just the way it works. Whether you like to accept, Mr. Humberto, that I'm sitting here, the voters are the ones who picked me and put me here. Your opinion is your opinion, but you don't make the decisions here. And when I see that Trino is the one that's fully fit for this position, that is who it's going to be. And second, if it doesn't pass today, what's going to happen, you're not going to put anybody else, and it's going to go to Selma, and Selma will put their representative from their community or whoever the mayor there decides to appoint. So we will not have any representation from Parlier. That is what you're pushing for. Because I only say Trino, there is nobody else that I know that's capable of doing that job. It will not come to the agenda for anybody else to appoint. That is my decision, and you can't take that away from me, whether you like me or not. This is, it's gonna go no, because you guys are already saying no. You're telling them to vote no, right? So that's fine. Okay.
They either approve
Yes,
or they don't approve.
And what happens, Humberto, we will not have representation from Parlier. That's what's going to happen. That's what you're pushing for. You're pushing for no because it's a personal attack on Trino. Yes, it is. You may want to disguise it a different way, but it is what it is. I see it.
Humberto, please, okay? It's going to be what it's going to be. It is what it is, what it's going to be.
So I make a motion to approve. Second by Sabrina. Please roll call.
Dorothy, roll call. Yeah, I know. Okay.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Molina?
No. Nothing personal, Sabrina.
Councilman Diego Garza?
No.
Councilwoman Rodriguez? Yes. Councilwoman Kathy Solorio?
No.
So we will not have any representation. It's not coming back again. So Neil, just let the mosquito abatement know that they need to contact Selma and have a representative from Selma, because we will not have that representation. You guys are making a decision that is going to affect the community. But because of your personal opinions, and it's a vendetta and an attack on Trino because he was here being part of the last council, and you're not looking out for the best interests of our community. Thank you, Sabrina, for doing that. That's why I think that you are the best candidate for Mayor Pro Tem. I've said this before to Neil, except I just wanted to see if you would reach out to me, because we need to work together, whether you like me or not. I think it's important that we don't bypass anybody and undermine the position, because whether they like it or not, I am the mayor. The people selected me. And all this pettiness is gotta stop. This is why we get criticized from other communities of this behavior, because we don't support each other. I don't care if we don't hang out, but you know what? If we can work together and make things happen for this community, that's all I care about. But this is a vendetta. Kathy, and I'm disappointed in you, Diego, because you said you were gonna come in here with the best intentions of the city, and it's obvious that you're not. Janie, you're the same way. It's all personal. Because of his qualifications, his qualifications, and you did not like it. So now the city of Parlier will not have representation for the mosquito abatement because of these decisions that are not going to help our community. This is what the city of Parlier needs to realize. This is what you elected.
Why am I getting attacked?
She's not attacking anybody. She's making his statement.
First of all, thank you guys. I wanted to put myself out there to help the community. I have no animosity toward anybody. You guys make your decision, and that's what you guys are gonna make. Unfortunately, the city of Parlier is the one that comes out losing. But, you know what? I've served this community for 50 years, and I'm very proud of everything I've done.
Yes.
I've lost and won elections, doesn't make any difference to me. What makes a difference to me is putting this community forward. And we can't go 3 steps forward and 4 back. Yep. We have to continue forward. You're listening to this man who is a union man, who's trying to get Dolores Huerta into the city of Parlier like they did in Selma. He should go back to Delano where they're really missing him. They're looking for him. But you know what? The bottom line, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
And
my wife needs me more.
take care of Lucy, Trino. This is gonna die as well as the other committee. Yes, I will let you speak right now. As well as the other committees, those are also appointed by me. So those are also gonna be failing with you guys, because you're obviously not gonna support anyone that I support, because that appointment comes as a decision that I make. You guys either support it or deny it, and that's it. You guys don't get to choose. Sorry.
Mayor, thank you. Thank you for your confidence. Sabrina, thank you for your support. Unfortunately, like I said, Parlier is the one that's losing. I'm very proud of what I've done all through my life, and I'm not going to back away from it. I'm talking to myself, and I'm not going to back away from it. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. You guys make your decision, and that's. But just remember one thing: when you make decisions, make it for the city of Parlier, not for yourselves or for me or for anybody else. Thank you.
And that's what we want to do, Trino.
Well, it's died and it's not going anywhere. So therefore,
okay.
Therefore, Neil, can you just, I guess, let them know for the mosquito abatement that there will not be anybody from Parlier being representing because of the fact that they're not gonna support anyone that I decide to put on that, as a trustee on the board.
And I think you're mistaken, Mayor, because that's not what we're here for.
The proof is there.
My turn.
It's the proof there.
We gave it, we gave you time, I mean.
What's
you
the
know,
excuse
like we
then?
said, I just feel, this is me, because I can't speak for them. This is me. I feel that I don't have a problem with you being recommended, but I think we can recommend other people too in the city. I know Mayor's saying you're the only one she knows. I mean, I think a lot of us know, mostly all of Parlier, we know different people. Just give everybody else the opportunity to do it. But since we don't have a choice, because the way, this is how I'm hearing it, is you are the mayor, you do the decisions, you make the put people on the board. So what are we doing here? What are we doing
You
here?
make decisions on the city. It's
this
the
is
way
part
the
of
word.
the city,
Neil,
right?
can you go ahead and go over the ordinance again?
A specific power that is given to an elected mayor. And the power is
Understand
simply
that.
this.
Yes, we do.
He or she, if she is an elected mayor, has the power to appoint everybody that gets appointed to any board, any commission, any committee.
Okay. And I don't have,
That's just what the government code provides. Your role as the city council is either to approve that person that she's appointed or to withhold approval. If you withhold approval, she has the option of going and finding a different appointee, or the option of not going to find a different appointee and letting it go over
see, that
to.
wasn't mentioned.
I'm sorry?
That wasn't mentioned that she could appoint somebody else either.
See, this is a thing, again, this is a clarification.
She has that option to do that.
I have that option.
Yes.
She
you do.
also has the option to
Not.
not do it.
But even if it was Trino, like I said, I don't have nothing against you, Trino. You know us for a long time. We got it like at the last minute. Like we got
Well,
it.
you know
and-
Trino, you've known him for how many years and you still,
Not
yes,
the
it,
point.
well, the problem is that you don't want to approve the one that I selected.
making a big
And
mistake.
that's fine, don't. But there is no one else and it's just gonna go to Selma because the one that makes the decision of who I want to appoint will be me, not you guys.
That's the thing. So
It's on the ordinance, my dear. And that is what it is. And if you don't like it again, you don't have to like it.
okay.
I know you dislike me. You have zero respect for me because you don't respect women at all. I could see that very clearly. So the thing is that I chose Trino and they said no. So therefore, you guys will contact the mosquito abatement, let them know that the next city would be able to do it, which is Selma. Okay. All right?
Okay, Alma, one more thing. Like you're saying, okay, you know Sabrina, I know Sabrina, you want her pro temp, okay. You said when we started earlier right now when I got here, you said about my son or whatever, yes. Why do you reach out for my sons? Talk to me. You don't need to reach out.
I didn't reach out to your son. I said, you should have watched the video that was on YouTube about the Brown Act.
That's
Your
not what
son
I'm
was,
acting about.
it
That's not
is
what I'm
on,
talking about.
okay. Okay, let's just move on. Let's
is
move
not
on
what
to
I'm
the next item. So now we're gonna go on to.
You call my son to talk to me about being pro temp or.
Yes,
in those-
I
okay.
said if she was interested to contact me, but
Okay.
you didn't want to
You
contact.
You know where I live. You don't need
Wait
to
a-
go through my
okay,
son.
Let's move on.
Go
Let's
through my
move
son.
on.
So let's move on.
Have your number.
Let's move on.
Let's move
That's
on,
fine.
please. We need to move on.
Well, I think that Sabrina's more
Okay.
I'm asking Sabrina, so Sabrina, you'll be on the next agenda.
But she asked Janie first.
Parse that out.
No, I didn't ask her, because I didn't speak to her, Kathy. Don't put,
Let's go.
I'm trying to, but.
We have another
I'm trying
presentation. We need to move
I'm
on.
trying to, let's
Javier,
just, you
we need-
guys, stop, please. Stop.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, guys. Thank you, Trino. Javier and
We'll first
Our
start with
Public
the
Works
capital
Director,
We're going to first start with capital improvement projects. This was a requested by, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon. Today I just want to talk about some of the projects we have coming up. And also, like before I start talking about projects, I want to talk about the last rain event that the city just had. It was actually like a 10-year storm event that we experienced. And so if you want to go to the next slide. So a little bit of history with Parlier flooding. In 2019, we were tasked by the council and Sonia to look at what happened to the flooding in Parlier. And during that circumstance, especially on Merced Street and J Street, we took a look at the infrastructure, what was wrong, and the elevation of the houses, and pretty much how we can improve it to help the community. So we started by developing an emergency response plan. And at the same time, we started looking for funding. Go ahead to the next slide. So this is kind of what came out of that. We had this response plan ready to go in action since Domingo Morales used to be the Public Works Director since that time. And this was after, in response to the flooding of 2019. And essentially what you see here is the idea was to move water above ground with large portable pumps, pretty much grabbing it from a low point that we knew that our infrastructure maybe moved a little slower as far as Merced Street and J Street and K Street. So we located our first pump down there on Merced Street, and then the plan was to pump it up to Richard Flores. And then the event that Richard Flores fills up, which it will fill up after a 2-inch storm event, we would pump into the adjacent field. So go ahead to the next slide. So there'd be 2 pumps in the plan. So essentially, the rain we got last time in 2019, we got 0.76 inches of rain in a span of like 33 hours. This time, this last rain event, we got 2.2 inches of rain in 24 hours. So we got more rain, and we got it faster. It was most of the cities that surrounds us, actually one area or two flooded. So it was kind of a big deal that we didn't flood. And I think it was through all the efforts of our Public Works Department in combination with all the research that we had done. So right here, you can see the first pump, the portable pump at Merced and K Street. And then you see the overland pipe, which carries it over to the downstream manhole, which gravities over to Richard Flores Basin. Go ahead, next slide. So there you can kind of see the intake from the full manhole. You can see on the left-hand side, the manhole is completely full, and the water is moving very slowly. So that's where we're picking it up, and we're throwing it to the other manhole on the right-hand side. Go to the next slide. And then, so what happens after we pumped it over to Richard Flores, we knew that the basin was going to be undersized, so that's where we started prepping for the phase 2 of the emergency response plan, which is the second pump. And go ahead to the next slide. And you can see it here starting to get kind of scary, getting kind of pretty high. And this is where we luckily, David DeBosque was on site the entire time with, as a Public Works Director, Deputy, he was directing staff and watching it at all times. I mean, and at this point is where we essentially, Public Works essentially implemented the second pump. Go ahead to the next slide. And that's, the second pump is, we put it on First Street, and we started pumping out of Richard Flores to lower the water level, which we knew was going to happen, and we were ready. Public Works was out there setting this entire thing up in the rain, in the dark. I mean, maybe you can talk a little bit about the staff, and I mean, you're out there with them, so He was not inside.
Good evening, everybody. My name's David J. Del Bosque. I think a lot has to do with Javi, with quarterbacking and a lot of this stuff. He was concerned with the rain. I was concerned with it too. When he mentioned to me that we were going to get anywhere from 1.1 to 1.7 inches of rain, we knew that we had to do something. And I think with the 2 pumps set up, bypassing Merced Basin, going straight to Flores Field, it helped us out a lot. And I know people were concerned. Chief was one of them too. He had mentioned something about Flores Field, and from Flores Field we were able to pump to that open field right there off Newmark. And that water that we moved from there to that open field saved a lot of those homes. And I can't take credit for it. I give it to Javi, and I give it to the public works staff. They were out there day and night. I mean, we're talking about 5 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, and then we had the on-call guy out there monitoring those pumps. And I think this public works staff is very prone, like public safety, and they take that with great pride. And I appreciate the guys that I have on public works, and I would like to commend them. And they're not here today, but you know, they're at homes with their families, and so I would like to commend them and give them a little bit of applause. And I will also go back to our city engineer. I think that Javi involved in this helped this run a lot smoother, and it kind of motivated all of us to, hey, you know what, we have to do something. Just from past practices, I guess there's been a lot of issues with this, and so I'm hoping in the future we can continue that relationship and go from there. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. I think you guys are a great team. I could see the team with you both in leading your department, the Bosque, because you're the new, you've taken Domingo's place, and so you're in charge of that department. And I see how you guys work together. You work really well together in trying to make things better for our community. And this project, you know, speaks volumes about your efforts and being a team, you know, department. It's not I did this or I did that. It's we did this. And I like the fact that you include your staff, you know, because they are the ones that are, like I told Chief, you know, it's the leadership in the department that makes the department a good department. So thank you both for doing what you did.
I had it in my notes, but I wanted to also say, working together, nothing is impossible. I think that if we rally together, I think that we can work on a lot of projects and go forward with the city of Parlier.
Yeah.
So I have, I think, 2 more pictures. I wanted to show you 2 interesting ones. This was the secondary crossing on pumping over to the field. So we had to, luckily, the Public Works Department acquired the rental. So we put down ramps and yeah, yeah. Yeah, so we had signs to slow down because, yeah, a lot of people, some people were going, you know, full speed limits over those ramps. But, yeah, we slowed everybody down. Hopefully everything was okay. But our priority was the flooding and the people not losing their, you know, their houses, essentially.
Also, I want to add, too, with the ramps. So as those ramps are set up that way, we're actually still pumping water through there. And it just happened to be back to school winter break. And we knew that we couldn't shut down that street because you got all the parents trying to take their kids to school. So it did pay off to get that set up and get that going out there. And again, that was another idea that Javi had. And like I said, I think all together, working together, we were able to get that done.
Real quick, I did have a phone call at like late at night. I told him, can you call Public Works and let them know? Did you have any other phone calls of issues driving over that?
I know there was some kind of issue. I guess the noise issue was one of them that I've got kind of sent to me or through a voicemail. And so it came from City Hall, and then they said, hey, somebody had complained. And then I know there was maybe another gal that said maybe her car was too low to the ground and she hit something. Again, Public Works out there, we set those cones up for a reason, slow
Yeah.
people down. You got,
Okay.
it's very hard when people are in a hurry trying to get somewhere.
Yeah, so I just said I send them text Public Works. They'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
actually that zone is it's the speed.
Yeah,
it's,
speed
it's,
is-
You got
yeah,
people
it's
coming northbound, right?
Yes.
And they're coming from the country, but they know, they see.
Yeah,
they see
the
school.
school.
You know
Slow
you gotta
down.
slow down.
Yeah.
And we sat out there for a little while watching some of these cars, and we're all invest. Like, you see the cones, slow down.
Yeah.
So, but I think after a while, people started getting a hint, and they saw the signs. Okay, we'll slow down. But then, once we left, it's really up to them if they're gonna slow down or not.
Yeah.
So we did get a little backlash for that.
And it was out there on the weekends, was a little bit more traffic. I mean, well, not as much as a daily basis right there, but I think, like you said, people kind of got used to, okay, hey, and I even, like, my daughter's like, Mom, they have something out there on Newmark. I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, I think that helped out a lot in that area. I was worried about the whole, and I was like, wow, this is really amazing. But how does the water go through with the ramps there?
Well, there's pipe in between. So
Yeah.
you got the
Underground.
middle section there.
Uh-huh.
And underneath that ramp, the water spreads through, and then goes to the next one, and goes to the other side. So you can zoom in to the left, Bertha, right there. See that blue piece right there? And then we run that to the field.
So
Yeah.
essentially, that ramp is a pipe. Yeah.
Javier, did you have any complaints on Merced Street also? They were having problems with the flooding there?
That's what this whole project was about for the Merced
So
area.
you guys assessed to there too?
That's what this whole
Okay.
pump system. Yeah. So nobody, luckily, nobody was flooded in their household in Parlier, and we were one of the few cities that didn't flood.
Can I just say something? Usually when there's a rain like that, I get calls for concerned residents all the time, calling Public Works, send them out here, send them out over here. I did not get one call this year. Yeah.
Javier, I talked to you already, and just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Del Bosque as well. I passed by several times. As you can tell, that's part of my job, and I saw you guys out there in your rain gear and everything and working really hard, and I really wanted to say thank you, and I mentioned that, and I was going to wait till the end, but since you're up here presenting, I really want to say thank you, and to your staff especially, so because I did see them out there working really hard. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You mean by my house?
So,
They did
oh,
great.
did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I also want to thank you for your hard work, because I know how hard it is when it rains and it floods like that. I mean, my husband did it for a lot of years, and he was out there, and I felt sorry for him, and I feel sorry for you guys, because it is hard trying to have the traffic and trying to get it not to flood. At the same time, you're out there in the rain all day long, so yeah. Thank you so much.
So, thank you. Now we can move on to public speaking. I know that you've been waiting for a while, so that way.
The presentation has like 40 slides. I don't know if you want to
Ki-
hear the rest of the projects or not.
No, I think that's good because he's been patiently waiting, and I feel so. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm sorry. I know.
Okay,
I just.
you're good.
Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Miguel Ramirez. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for SoCal Gas. I oversee 18 cities and 3 counties. And basically, my main job is making sure the city manager and my cities are happy with us. If they're not happy with us, they contact me, and I tend to fix the problem. So I'm kind of like the fixer. The fun part is I get to give out checks to nonprofits. So that's the fun part.
Oh, wow.
Whenever I could, I go out and I help United Way. I try to go to small theater companies, shows, whatever it is. They'll contact me, and I have some funding. So I always tell organizations, reach out to me. If I can, I will. If not, I will get you throughout the years. Sonia, city manager, I know you've known Kobe Wells. He was with the company for 23 years. So I plan to be here a lot longer than he was. So, so I'm here just real quick to talk about winter bills. We are reaching out to inform our customers that natural gas prices are going to be higher than usual this January due to several unprecedented factors beyond our control. Your winter bills will double or triple or quadruple. The high bills are a result of historically high natural gas prices in the western United States. SoCal Gas does not set the prices for natural gas. Instead, natural gas prices are determined by national and regional markets. SoCalGas buys natural gas in those markets on behalf of our residents and small businesses, and the cost of that gas is billed to the customers with no markup, meaning SoCalGas does not profit from the gas commodity prices going up. That's also because of the PUC in the state of California. We can't make money from the natural gas. We buy it, we just sell it back. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, a number of factors are contributing to high natural gas prices. Widespread below normal temperatures as on the West Coast, including Washington, Oregon, California, like we're experiencing today. High natural gas demand for heating by customers in areas with below normal temperatures, reduced natural gas supplies from the West Coast, from Canada and the Rocky Mountains, and reduced interstate pipeline from Texas. We get our natural gas from Texas. Unfortunately, they're having a lot of maintenance going on right now, so it's affecting our natural gas. So now you have 3 states competing for natural gas. Yeah. To help our customers reduce energy bills, we encourage them to lower the thermostat 3 to 5 degrees, install proper caulking or weather stripping. We also do that. Visit our website, and if you qualify, we'll come out and we'll pay for it all. Wash clothes in cold water, reduce the temperature on the water heater. If you set it at 120 degrees, your energy bill will go down by 22%. And limit the use of non-essential natural gas appliances like spas, jacuzzis, or fireplaces. In addition, SoCalGas recently announced a $1 million contribution to the Gas Assistance Fund, a program that helps low-income customers pay their natural gas bill. Please visit our website, socalgas.com/assistance to get access to that $1 million. If you or a member of the community have any questions, please don't hesitate. Please reach out. I am here for you. I am here to represent SoCalGas, but also the community that I live in. So please reach out. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies for having you wait that long.
I have 21 counties.
Do you have a card?
Yes, I have cards here. Whoever needs.
Why you take?
So
we also have a lot of sport nonprofits as well, such as Cal Ripken, football, soccer. So maybe we could reach out to them as well.
Normally, what I try doing is if there's a main nonprofit, I try to give it to the main nonprofit to spread out, because when you represent 21 counties,
yeah, it's hard.
I get a budget, you know what I mean? So
It goes
if you have
fast.
a main nonprofit, I'll more than lovely like give out money. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Or like,
Actually, yeah.
I was tearing up, and I'm like, 100%.
You know,
April, she got the check for me. Oh, she will. Yeah.
Chief, that's where you need to reach out for the cops building bridges. That's what you do need. Bambi's right here too. Dogs out of death row.
You'll be surprised. A lot of people don't ever reach out to me, so I get my money in April. Feel free to reach out to me, and I'll talk to you more.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Anybody else for public speaking? Public comments? No, you can go ahead.
I was going to say thank you to them, Mayor. Mayor, I'm sorry that we got a big misunderstanding over issues, but most of the time I support you, 90%. There's 1 or 2 issues that I never support you, and I'm very outspoken on those issues. So don't tell me that I never support you. I support you on at least on 90% to 75%. So today what I was going to say to Javier and you, thank you. It's one of the first years that we don't have that much flooding. Even that we did have a lot of problems with the water. So I really want to thank you on behalf of the community, because sometimes I'm the only community member that comes to the meetings. That's why the mayor thinks that I'm against her or whatever, but that's my. And since I'm going to make a comment, probably it's going to be eventually on the notes on the agenda, is that I'm hoping that our attorney will not listen to the mayor by sending a letter to the mosquito abatement, that it will not be a rep from Parlier, because then you will be setting aside the votes or the majority of the people. So that's my comment.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else? Go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. I want to congratulate Mayor Beltran, Congressman Garza, Congresswoman Molina on your election wins. And I want to remind you all that y'all are public servants for we the people of City of Parlier. So every decision, every vote, every check that is signed, ask yourself, how is this benefiting the citizens of Parlier? That's all I got. Is that all I got? That's all I got. And, oh, last thing, how about them Cowboys?
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we move on to the next item, which is consent calendar. Did you have any? I'm sorry? Rachel? Is her name Rachel? Yeah. Okay. Anybody want to pull an item from the consent calendar? Which, checks, minutes,
I would like.
huh?
Which one?
Which item?
Which item? One,
Yeah.
2, 3.
Yeah, I have 3.
So is it the checks, is it the minutes, or is it the fees to be waived for the Lions? Which item?
Is it just for the consent calendar?
Yes, item 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Perfect. Number 1.
Okay, that's my question. Anybody else? No? So do we, I'm sorry? You have another one you want to pull?
Yeah.
It's just from the consent.
Just from the. Yeah, from the.
Either item 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve item number 2, 3, and 4?
Motion.
Motion by Sabrina, do I have a second? Second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Yeah. I'm sorry, I usually say it, but. Okay, item number 1.
Make sure you put
So you
yours.
tell
Go
her.
ahead, which?
You tell her why you.
Oh, I had a lot of questions on the pay warrants, and the paperwork was just given to me today. So I just want to go over it before I approve anything. Because like she said, every decision we make sure that it benefits the city. So yeah, that's why I wanted to pull it.
Which item did you want to pull? What item, you're not specific on what check?
Oh, I thought we couldn't pull individuals.
Yeah, you
Is it-
have to.
Oh.
Because you could only approve the whole entire check warrants together, but you need
I
to
have-
be specific of what item you're concerned
Yeah,
about.
I have Angels of Grace, Choice Partners, the Pacific Gas and Electric. There was one that had downtown beautification and the Fig Tree, which are 2 different ones. The ThinkWire Energy, which they just gave to me, so I wanted to go over that again. Breaking the Chains.
What's the question for those? Can you go individually, because you're just mentioning every check? I need to know exactly what the question is
What the-
for each check.
Let me see, I have it on my.
Councilmember, if you're able to, can you refer to where it is on our
Oh, okay, that's.
check register, and that way we can locate it and talk about the particular item?
Angels of Grace is ANG01
What's the dollar amount?
4,852.
And what's the question?
And I just wanted the backup to who's getting why we're paying so much to them.
I think it was explained the last time, which is the
Not explained
CBS
to me.
Well, you weren't here,
Exactly.
and you weren't present on any of the meetings as well.
Exactly.
Could you go over the Angels of Grace again, about the CBS, the program that Susan Bachara is the one is in charge of for the youth? Can you go over that again?
I can. He says he wants the backup, right? So you're welcome to come and look at the backup. You were given I was told when all those questions you asked, first of all, they were given to me today. We gave this list on Friday to the council.
So we asked
at
for the backup
5
today?
Yeah, so I would like to have more time to give it to you because this was given to you guys on Friday.
Yes.
You know, so
Friday, Saturday,
Friday at
Sunday.
5.
Yeah.
And anyway,
Wow.
so but you're more than welcome to come see the backup. But when I was given something, it was just that you wanted a report. So the information given to me was that you just wanted a report of the general ledger, which is what I gave you. There was no indication there of the backup. So it's very important that you put in your emails exactly what you want, because I can't really guess as to what is wanted.
This was it was a meeting in person, and I didn't send the email. So
Oh.
just so you know.
Okay.
So the meeting was
Well-
when?
Yesterday.
So then again, you've had this since Friday.
So maybe if they can give you my email and you can.
I did try reaching out Monday. No, Monday was a holiday.
Yeah.
It was Tuesday. I did try reaching out. They said you weren't here. On Wednesday, I also tried again, and we couldn't get in. And then I asked for you to be in the meeting, and you were not in the meeting.
It was
so-
after hours, or was it
No.
during work hours?
No, it was during work hours.
Yeah, I can be sick like other people can,
I'm
and
not
so
saying
I
that.
didn't know there was gonna be a
So what?
meeting.
So we can just nip this
And
in
just
the
so you
bud.
know, nobody's attacking you.
So just to nip it in the bud a little bit here with this going back and forth. So your question is that you want the backup.
Correct.
Yeah.
So then just get them the backup.
Well, I'll give them the backup. I
And-
just
and-
wanted
and
to make sure that they know that when they're given.
How long
you
have
know,
we been having Angels of Grace?
We've had them since December 21.
Okay, so then
And we have 2 more months, or 2 or 3 more months of Susan
Bachara's
doing her program, and it's over. I think it's approximately around 90,000 is the whole CalVIP grant for Angels of Grace. Susan Bachara.
Just ask for the report.
No, I know you. I'm
And
not
then we also
it's
have.
getting blown out of
I think
proportion.
it's.
That's
I
the thing, and that's what happens here.
Yeah.
You guys are over talking. I mean, Ellie, go ahead.
So it's interesting to me how the CalVIP grant has 3 people, and it's only Angels of Grace.
Yeah.
And
As well as
I do
new
feel attacked because it's like, since I knew them or something, that's why. But there is a Breaking the Chain. There is a Centro La Familia, which I have not gotten any like
And
backup. You had
and
it
what
there.
you said is false information, because I did ask for breaking the chains.
Yeah, you
and
asked
we
if
have-
the allocation, not the backup, is what I got.
Asked the backup. She
Yeah.
was in the
Okay,
meeting.
so then
Yeah.
what we can do is give her time to get you the information, and then you can get that. It seems to be a little
Yeah.
bit petty on these things, because we've been going over this over and over and over, and I don't see what's the problem. It's a program that's helping our youth, and I don't see what the harm is of having a program that's helping our youth. And we're questioning because they got $4,000, which is for the program.
Yeah,
That is under the grant. And then the grant and the state don't have any issues with it. I don't understand why this keeps coming up as far as just because, oh, Allie. And I've seen it and I've heard it so many times. It's got to stop, and the attacks have to stop. So,
like I stated before, it's not an attack.
go ahead. I think
It's
she has
not an
a
attack.
question. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Okay, first, Ally, when I'm not attacking you, and I don't feel that they're attacking you. I don't know where that comes from, but anyway, we're new. We're
Yeah.
asking questions.
Yeah.
And like I told you the day I talked to you, and your response was, well, nobody ever asked questions. And I told you, well, yeah, I
Well,
do.
yeah.
You know, I do.
So nobody asked questions?
I said nobody asked questions when it came to the financial statements.
well, yeah,
You know,
but
we
I
were,
mean,
let's be specific as to
For the
what
finance.
area. Yeah.
You're right, for the finance, but to me, if, that's one of the most important things from the city is your finance, because we need to know where is the city, because like she said, whatever we decide is not for us, it's not my money coming out of it, it's the citizens' money, it's the taxpayers'
Yeah.
money. So that's why we feel, yeah, we need to ask questions, and I know it's repeating to the mayor,
Yeah.
but we're new.
Yeah.
But the
We're
thing is this,
No.
is that
Wait,
you're
wait,
gonna
wait,
come
wait, my
across
turn.
a lot of checks like that.
My turn.
And it's
And
redundant.
that's, okay, but if you explain it to us,
Yeah.
like we did with Sonia, okay, I wrote, okay, oh, I know what that is now. I don't have
Mm-hmm.
to worry about it. Next time I see it, I'm not gonna question it, because I know what it is. I'm new.
Yeah.
That's why I'm questioning stuff.
Yeah. No,
And,
to-
and the question I
yeah.
have for CalVIBs, we know it breaking the chain, we know Angels of Grace, and we know Centro de Familia. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You had a question, you had, yeah, the 3, yeah.
Okay. But I've only seen Angels of Grace and
Oh.
Breaking the Chains checks.
Yeah, we
we're
have
not
said,
paying Centro Familia because I haven't seen no check
because you
warrants on
haven't
there.
been on the
They,
council. until
there's
this
been
month.
one or
But
two
you haven't seen
checks.
Okay, can you tell me what day was it? 'Cause
Well, I
I'm gonna-
can't.
Okay, we're not
I
gonna
can't.
go backwards. If you want to
Okay.
ask for, if you, yes, please,
Centro La
later.
Familia is not like monthly.
Not
I
right
don't
now.
know if they don't.
That can happen
yeah.
better.
We're new and we're asking questions.
That's
but
where you
we're not
can meet
asked
with them to
questions.
go over
Well,
before. This is
can I-
stuff for the agenda. Like, you knew this was on the agenda. You had these questions and you can actually get them before, instead of delaying everybody. Here we are. We haven't even started any of the items. We just barely got done with public comments and it's 9:15.
Well, this is our
Okay,
first
I
official
understand that,
meeting.
but you can ask those questions before. We got to do our business in a productive manner, and we are not. You're delaying we're gonna be here till midnight if we keep going.
If that's what it takes, we have to do that because we're working for the city. Sorry.
Kathy, you've been here 2 years, and I don't understand how you don't understand.
I don't understand. She's been here 8 years and things haven't been done the way they're
Oh
supposed
my
to be.
God! Actually, you just dislike the fact that it's
There we
me
go again.
and
There we go.
because it's always personal, and it
Yeah,
shouldn't
it's
be
always personal.
The only one
Always.
that I actually see that's actually looking at and Sabrina's been here. I don't see her going through every little thing with a fine comb because you're thinking that something's happening. You know how many people it goes through, and it's an insult to our staff when you think that all this is going through several people in City Hall that are actually doing something that's not right. That is the mentality of the old.
Assuming that.
Because
that is not right
but
for you to assume
because
what
it
I
is an insult because you think that it's all Ellie. She has her staff
No.
that go and do this. Yes, they do. Whether you understand how the city government works or not, that's up to you. But
Okay.
but it needs to stop.
I'm sorry, but Sonia, I think you have something to say.
Yes, like, can we
Move
just
on.
move forward? Yes.
Yes, that's what I've been
And we'll
trying.
just, yeah.
So
Are we pulling the item or not? Because
the item is pulled. We just
perfect. Thank you.
You're questioning, and those questions.
I'll talk to you about those.
Yeah, and
then
those
you can do it.
questions.
Yeah,
and
and if I can have some notice, because I'm working on other things and I don't want to just
Drop what
drop
you're doing.
everything. I want to have time. Yes, I'm working on other things. I'm working on the audit, Kathy. So I am working on a lot of things.
Here we got Mayor saying I'm
You know what?
attacking her.
Yes,
All I
yes,
said,
because you're
contact her at
you're
home.
You're constantly making accusations about,
She's
oh,
the
she's
one-
working at home. She's always at
It's
home.
always
Is
a-
it
no,
your
what-
business?
Of course it
No,
is,
it's
because
not. You're
she's
not her boss.
Yes,
You're not
I'd
her
like to say,
supervisor.
And
Okay,
you act like
stop.
it.
you know, I'd like to say that, yes, I got, you know what? Let me tell you something,
Yeah.
Kathy, because I heard that there's a problem with me not being here. So to let you guys know, which I don't have to, my doctor, for medical things, I got 2 weeks off. Guess how many of those
got?
2 weeks that I took off? Nothing. Why did I not take the 2 weeks off? Because I have the audit that I'm working on. So I have other things that I'm working on here. So I wasn't able to take the time off. Reports, the state controller's report. I have lots of things to do.
Exactly.
And so I couldn't even take the time off that the doctor gave me. So I have to push my time. So if I'm not here, I'm like allowed to take sick time like every other employee.
Exactly.
I have it.
And-
so
and-
I don't think that it's appropriate
No,
for
it's
you guys
not.
to come in
And
and to
I'm sorry
control
that she
where
just
I
said
am.
And
that.
I'm sorry that she makes
Because
a
she
big
makes
pragmatic
sure
thing
that the
about
mic
things.
is on, that she's saying
We
that
can't
you're at
discuss
home,
things
which is
here.
not
Well,
her
did
business.
you just saying you were at home? I told when you want to contact her, maybe you could call her at home. What's wrong with that?
You can
She
call me.
makes things right.
You can email me. I read all my emails
Exactly.
every day.
Yeah, exactly.
Even
Can I say
if I'm
something,
sick.
please? And I hope it's the last thing on this one. Just so Diego and Janie, I have emailed Ali and CC'd the rest of them on things that I wanted to see off the agenda, only because there is a paper trail, and it does say when it gets to Ali, and she does check her emails, and she will let me know. Hey, I was out of the office. I just got back. I'll try and get it to you. And that's just been my experience
Communication.
when
Thank you.
asking for something. So maybe just the paper trail that when you asked for it and how you asked for it.
Yes, Sabrina, you've emailed me
Yes.
in time, given me enough time, because
Yes.
I can't just drop what I'm doing.
No, and that's
I-
understandable. But like I
Yes.
said, just my experience where if I needed something and I have asked questions, I've asked Allie through email just so that, it's paper trail. Hey, I asked her on this day and I barely got it the day of. But still, if she does, she'll say, I'm sorry, I just was able to get it to you. But it's just the communication, and let's just make sure.
Thank you.
And just to justify for that, we got the agenda on Friday night.
And then a
It was the
holiday.
weekend. It was a holiday. I called on Tuesday, and we were able to set up a meeting for Wednesday, and she wasn't here. And whatever the case is, that's why I met with Sonia, and that's why those questions were given to her. So that's to reflect on me. I'm not attacking anybody. I got it on Friday. Went over it. I had a question. I called on Tuesday, so I am doing the proper way. So please don't make it seem like I'm not doing my part.
Well,
and that's all I want to say. That's all I want to
Well,
say.
I understand that you don't understand, but it's almost it's the problem. It's just the problem that I don't feel that it's right that you guys keep doing this to
We're
her.
not attacking.
Well, you
we're
guys
not,
are.
We're not attacking you.
You're making it sound like we're doing it to her.
So
Alma always makes it look like
So
that.
then,
We're attacking
anyway,
her.
so we need to just take a vote. Whether you want to vote no, it's up to you. So, do we have a motion to approve the check warrants? Do you have a motion?
Well, real quick.
Yeah.
Only because he pulled it and he listed a couple of them, and we only got to one. To one
Yeah,
concern.
exactly. What's the other one?
I don't know. He had the
Had a lot.
choice partners, PG&E, the think wire,
think we
the
can
PG&E
answer.
breaking
The
the
PG&E?
chains.
Well, the PG&E, it was coded, one of them, what was the answer? What was?
PG&E was coded to downtown beautification, and it should have been Fig project. So it was just coded wrong.
At our
Things
bill.
are sometimes coded
Do we
wrong.
owe it?
Huh?
Do we
And-
owe it?
Yeah, we owe the money.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, you have a project that you can't even start unless it gets paid. But
So
for us, it's just a journal entry.
It was just
So
It's owed, and we have to pay it. And thank you.
I mean,
Any other one?
I even asked about Constanzo's pay, because I don't think it's fair that you're waiting till January and your payment was from August or September.
I agree with you.
And I question that.
Well, let me.
And
well,
I question
well,
that, just so you know.
A couple of times, let me.
I questioned it because I
Yes.
noticed that in November, the pay warrants, November, I think it was, if I'm correct, November the 4th meeting, you got paid can I say the word, can I say the amount? Yes. Oh, because I'm new here, you guys. I can't,
Yeah,
okay.
you can.
You got paid like 49,000 something, but then they voided the check, so you didn't want the money?
I think it actually says it on the backup when you get the email. It has the amount, and then it says on there a little description of what the checks are.
I would like to remind all of you that we have so many invoices that go through here. If we get something, and we have questions, we won't pay it. Isn't that what you want us to do? Question it, send it back? No? Okay. Sometimes that gets pushed. Sometimes, we miss a payment and they call us and say, hey, you missed a payment. Okay, we look in our records and the payment was missed and we pay them. Sometimes I just got from Parlier Unified, whatever, where you fill the gas.
The gas.
We got from June
saw that
to November right now. That is far behind. That's 5 months behind.
Nobody's fault.
And so we pay it, right? But there's so many things that go through the department that sometimes there's a reason for everything. The other day I got a bill for 2 years late. The drainage for 2020, 2021. Actually, that's like 3 years. So there's things that happen and I don't pay it. I question it. Why is this so late? So I am doing my job.
Right.
If something is voided, there's a reason why it's voided. I can't tell you off the top of my head why it was voided.
Thank you.
But
That was me. I held the invoice because we had ordered something, but it wasn't complete. So I didn't want to pay it until we received everything. Once we received everything, then we processed the payment. And that's why it looks like it's late, but it's not really, it is late, but it's because we hadn't got all the equipment. So that's one of the reasons things like that might happen. But that's just, I just wanted to clarify.
And you answered it perfectly, and we checked it off the list, and it was fine, like I said.
Any other questions so we can move forward, or else we're gonna be here till midnight?
Yes, I have, it's just on, no, that's on item number 9. The checks, which is, breaking the chains.
Wasn't that answered already with the CBS program?
I just got a message of how much is the allocation, and I answered it. It was 180,000 approximately.
That's how much they get?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately,
yeah.
And the grant was 600,000, right?
Yes.
3 years.
Over 3 years. Okay,
Yes.
see, I didn't know that either. I mean, like I said, we're still learning.
Yes.
And we have a lot of questions, so when I question, I don't like to make it sound like we're attacking. We just have the questions.
And
just like
I
she
think
said,
it would be-
she's one of my constituents, and she's saying to make sure that every
I think it would be
check, everything,
appropriate
I'm
to do
still
it
talking.
ahead of the meeting.
I had made,
I'm saying.
I had made,
Because it's like,
yeah.
all these questions, like, you could have taken the time to actually get these ahead of time.
Did
I
you
say
not hear
something?
me when I said that we got it on Friday?
Friday,
And then
yes.
it was Saturday, Sunday, Monday was a holiday. Tuesday I called, she wasn't here. Wednesday I called, she was out ill, and we are here on Thursday. So how do you want me to
We're
get
here
it?
yesterday. Why wasn't that answered for?
No, email, I will answer it for you. Did you know that you can email me on the weekend?
think
I
it's
answer
better.
on the weekends, I answer on holidays. I just need emails
Yes.
because that's how I
Yes,
communicate.
I think that's a great idea, Ally, that way they get their questions answered before we get to the meeting, because this is just delaying everything. And that way they can see that these
I
are
do
legit
want to.
payments.
I do want to point out.
Tried to answer as best we could.
I know.
For finance questions.
I want to say one last thing. I do want to point out that before I took the job of finance director here, I read 2 years of agendas, and I would recommend council read because there's a lot of information there. I was going to go to Selma at one point. I read a whole year of agendas. So, if you just do, there's a lot of information in the agendas and a lot of it's just a recommendation from what I did.
Thank you.
So, okay, so we have a motion? Motion by Sabrina, do you have a second? No one wants to vote for the checks? They're not gonna get paid, all of them.
We need to find out who's Joshua Sanchez, A through Z Construction.
I do have a question. When the vendors are calling and late fees and whatever, who would you like me to direct them to? What council member would you want me to direct them to? When the vendors call, because their payment is late, if this is gonna be a continuing thing.
problem, yes.
And their late fees,
It'll not be a continuous thing.
Okay.
It's just, we had questions. Like I said,
Okay.
we're still new. We don't know all the grants that we have that are going out. We don't know all of that. So, of course, this is our first meeting. So we have a lot of questions. So don't assume, because you're assuming that it's going to be an ongoing thing.
That's
You-
why
you're
I think
putting-
it's
you're
a
put-
great, I think it's a
Yeah,
great
it's-
idea what you
Well,
said, Ally, that they should read a lot of the stuff from the past.
I like to
That
be
way they get well
prepared,
informed,
so
that
that's
way they
just
can
me.
make
I
the
like to
best
be
decision.
prepared, so I want to know.
The lack of not understanding or knowing.
No, I know. When I
is only
started
delaying
too, I was
everything.
ready with 2 years of it.
Yeah, and I
Thank you.
understand. But
So-
the way the
so
mayor
we're
tells-
not-
like, if we don't know what we don't know why we're asking questions. It's like that. I mean,
I
I'm sorry,
understand.
but that's really rude.
I just need to
That's
get
really
this, so
rude.
are we not gonna approve this? Because if we're not, then we're not.
All we have to do is just.
Can I
ask
ask
questions,
something?
we got the
Okay,
answers, and we're done,
okay,
right?
so
Okay.
Sabrina motioned. Do
I have a
sec-
question still. I want to know that we got somebody to repair the roof here at the community center and it's leaking.
That's not on the agenda. So what
That's
do
a
you- is
pay
that-
warrant check right here. We
The-
paid for it.
The whole entire roof needs to be replaced. The whole entire roof.
Well,
That
we-
thing.
shouldn't have we done the roof first before the floor?
The
The
roof
roof
what I
was
would've done.
done.
The
That's what
roof
she's just
is
telling you.
the roof is $120,000. We didn't have the money for that.
They spent $52,000 on the floor.
It's not a new
I'm
floor.
sure they could have found money to put it somewhere else to fix a roof. So we got a roof leaking, messing up the $52,000 floor. Come on.
Well, okay, so do you understand repair work, patches? So that's what was done. So at the time, it wasn't leaking.
Right.
The floor was, I think, like maybe 36 or 26, one of those numbers. 36.
See,
So,
that-
and
getting
that
the right
money,
information.
now the roof is still leaking, so we're patching it up. We don't have $120,000 or more to spend on the roof. So we're gonna try and fix the little one over there by the bathroom, because that's all we have. But it's been patched up, and that's who this person is. The PD's roof needed to be patched up, has been patched up. They're hopefully gonna get a whole new building, so does
Yeah,
it make
I'm for
sense
that.
to
Yeah,
repair
we
the
approve
whole
that.
roof when we're gonna get a new building? So we patch.
Too.
And we hope that it works, and we call people back and say, hey, this didn't help. You need to come back. So that's what we're trying to do.
So what's the plan to get the rest of the money to fix all the roofings that are leaking and
Do we have it in the budget? Just answer the question. No, we don't. Okay. So we
You see
have
that?
to go based on our budget.
Yeah,
Can we just move on? Either you're gonna vote in favor of passing our check so we can pay the people that need to get paid, or it dies here and nobody gets paid and we get sued. What is it?
It's not in the budget because I don't have quotes. I can't I'm just assuming it's gonna be
And
120.
no one wants you to do all that. It will come back
I can't
when
assume
Sonia
a
gets
charge.
something together. All this nonsense is just, again, for show. I'm sorry, but we
That
just
is
need,
so
okay,
rude
so
of you.
Sabrina, a motion. Do we have a second, yes or no?
Was not a second already, Mayor.
Okay, so then it dies. Neil, we're not gonna be able to pay, the, checks that are on this. Nobody, not even PG&E or anybody. We're gonna get sued.
Any chance I can just?
Let's go ahead, let's second it. I'll second it.
Sabrina. Roll call, please. Yes.
We just proved that point. Yes.
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 Oh, my gosh. Okay, motion carries, so yes. So let's move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the regular business. Let me see.
Okay. First item is on the regular business is municipal election results. This right here is something that we neglected to do on the last meeting when everybody was sworn in. So we do need to do that. We need to adopt resolution number 2023-01, declaring the results of the November 8th, 2022 general election.
It's purely a housekeeping matter. You're simply required to do it by statute. The county clerk or elections officer has already done it for the entire county. There's just a statute out there that says every city that goes through an election also has to certify the results of the election in their boundaries.
And just to clarify on the resolution, the year was incorrect and it had District 1, 3, and City Clerk.
Thank you. That was my next question.
Yes, that will be fixed.
I brought that up in my meeting on Wednesday too.
Give them the credit.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
do you have a second? Second by. Roll call, please. Janie. Yes. Yes, I'm having her do roll call.
Yes.
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 Okay, motion carries 5 yes. So we move on to the next item.
Next item is the reassignment of mayor and council member assignments. And I know that one thing that was brought up to me by one of the council members is it should have said mayor and council member assignments with city manager as the alternate on some items. So
Um,
And Mayor, before you actually get to the item, can I just point out that Fresno Council of Government, COG, that really shouldn't be on there because the person that is the representative at COG is determined by their bylaws.
yes,
Their bylaws state that it is you,
the mayor.
or your designee, and you can make that designation either a blanket designation for whenever you're not available to do it, or you can make it, meeting by meeting. It's entirely your choice.
Well,
So that really isn't an assignment of anybody unless you want to designate an alternate.
well, I think I'm just gonna leave it because I will have to be attending every meeting if I become the chair at the COG. So there won't be anybody else that would be able to attend because I will be running the meetings there.
As a, I know you said you're gonna be on the chair, but as a recommendation, could we add the mayor pro tem? Like, I know you're saying you're gonna be a chair.
I
but
think
if-
I would
if you-
automatically have her do it anyway, but I would rather leave it open. Yeah, which is Sabrina. Yeah. So that's who I'm going to recommend for the mayor pro tem.
That's not on this agenda, though.
No, but that's who I'm going to recommend. So when we do vote on it, that's when we vote on it, but that's who I would like to have. So I think we could just leave it open.
Get there, we will
Yeah.
vote on that, but, and I think that's typically the way it works.
Right.
The COG is different from all the rest of these things because COG is just a JPA.
Yeah.
It's just an agreement among the county and all the cities in the county. And they dictate
Who goes there?
who represents the city there, and that's all.
Well, can we just cross it
Just
out
cross it out.
and skip it? Okay, we don't have to like delete or anything like that.
Take off
So,
Should I put delete or?
yes, put delete. So,
Can we add to the actual subject and put city manager because she's on some of these, and I just want to make sure that the subject matches the actual positions because it does say
Well, I think all of our-
mayoral and council members, and Sonia is listed on some of these. So I just want to make sure that it matches.
well, I don't think, I think it's,
Yeah, that's what Sonia said too.
Yes. Well, so we'll put,
Oh, is that?
yes, yes.
Oh,
Yep.
okay,
And to,
perfect.
because,
yeah, to
because
add,
on the
I-
other
I
ones,
just-
it has their names. It doesn't say,
so,
like, next
yeah.
to them, council
So
person.
to add with city manager as, yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
Just
I
want to
think-
make sure.
Just a second. I think that's fine. I mean, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
we know that you're the city manager, so, what else? So just that one we'll be deleting?
Yeah, I would just take that off because it's really just dictated by their bylaws.
Okay.
I don't know. It's she appoints them, doesn't
Yeah,
she?
we'll
Not
have
me.
her appoint.
Yeah, she appoints them.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's what we talked about in our meeting, but she appoints. So I just want to make, if she wants Sonia there, then she can have Sonia there. If she wants me, she can have me.
Well, only because Sonia has been the one attending, so you want someone that already knows what's going on, because if not, you're gonna be learning what's going on, and we need someone that's gonna be able to make decisions there, right then and there.
We can have Sonia attend with the council person that you appoint that is.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
Well, I think he's already on there as an alternate, so that would be, because it's either one votes or the other, so he could still go there as like,
guest.
but the person that actually is authorized to vote will be Sonia.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not against anything. I just
But they have them in there too. Okay.
I always recommend the mayor to be, and you remember that.
Yeah.
I even told her, don't give away that position. And, but what I noticed also is that you guys are not reporting that you guys get paid also.
we
And that's
do.
what I would like for you guys to start reporting, that you get paid for every meeting that you attend. Because you guys sometimes charge, per diem or whatever.
No.
Council
We
of
get paid
Governments,
through
you
some
get
of those
paid-
boards.
You get paid at least $100.
Yeah.
And there's some other meetings that you get paid $50.
Right.
That you had to attend, and that's never report. So for me, it's kind of double dipping that you getting paid where you going, and here I'm still getting money for whatever travel.
Okay,
or-
point of clarification here, because you're mistaken. We don't pay both from both sides. You could either get paid from the board that you're attending, which most of them pay, or you can get paid from the city, but the city hasn't had to pay. Because I get paid through COG when I go to COG.
Yes.
I get paid for the Fresno County Transportation Authority
Yes.
through them. So if I would do both, that is highly illegal and that's double dipping and you cannot do that.
Thank
so,
you, Mayor.
So that is not happening. As I just want to make sure that the point of clarification is made that that is not happening.
Well,
That's
thank
why
you.
if you want us to report that it's getting paid, that's not being reported because it's not happening.
No, I'm not saying that you failing to report so you get paid here. I don't know if you get paid compensated on any money that you spend by
No.
going to those meetings.
No.
But the other recommendation that I will make is that you should name a council member to be in that position instead of Sonia. Sonia is not an elected officer, for the community. And I would like to see if you you appoint somebody that belongs to your
Oh, I could
council.
go. I could go to them too. I mean, I just wanted to make sure that it was Sonia because she's the one that's been going there. Her and Trino, we're always going there. So, okay, then I will be on there. I could be on there.
So,
It would be me.
okay, but our number, are we deleting it or changing?
No, just Diego is still the alternate, and we'll have instead of Sonia Hall, it would be me.
Wait, for which one?
The number 7.
Oh, number 7.
So are you gonna do that to Sonia on the alternates as well?
No, I can be
No, just
alternate.
because it's me on the other ones.
No, I can
See.
be alternate.
So number 6 is deleted.
No,
If we
number
were
5.
Oh,
doing
number
swap,
5
it would-
is the
That's
COG.
why I wanted to swap.
Oh, yeah,
Well, I know, that's,
number 5 is deleted.
So,
I understand that.
And number 6, oh, no, it's too much back and forth.
so number 5 is deleted. Number 6 stays. Sabrina, would you be the alternate
On what?
on number 6?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, Sabrina. So you have the GSA for,
The alternate, I just couldn't be the first
Oh, okay.
one.
Oh,
I
all
couldn't
right.
have been, that's why on number 7, if you could have put
Okay,
Diego
we'll do
first
that.
and then
Okay.
me as the alternate.
okay.
Sonia, you can go.
Hmm?
You will not be representing the community, but you
I
can
will
go.
be there.
Oh,
I
no.
will be there.
No,
So that way you don't
I'm-
have to worry.
Even I can go there if I want.
I know, I've been listed as the alternate with all of them. Even he's the alternate as some of them.
I don't like,
The engineer's the alternate.
Okay, so, but I'll be there.
This one's gonna be Alma.
and I thank you for
Number
that.
7 is she changed it to Alma Beltran as the member and leaving me as the alternate.
Right.
And then she changed number 6.
No,
No, I'm leaving it that way,
Leaving that Sonia. Okay.
as is.
because I'll be there.
Yeah, thank you.
And then, is that it?
Yeah,
The 5 cities is the one that actually came here with EDC. They are part of it too.
So then when Sabrina goes, I can go?
No, wait, when she can't go, then you'll go.
Well, I mean, like, because we were new.
Still can both go.
I mean, you
Because
could
we were
attend,
new,
but
so-
she could
How are
only.
we gonna learn? How are we gonna
Yes,
know?
you still both go.
Yeah.
Don't vote.
Yeah, we just
Yeah,
don't
that's
vote.
it.
Yeah.
And it'll be good if you go because you'll learn. That's what we need to do is learn.
Burn, yes. Thank you for knowing
The
that.
number
Oh.
2, Elma,
Yes,
number
yes.
2, it needs an alternate. That I would suggest.
Number 2?
I would suggest Sabrina.
Oh, we didn't put one.
On
Yeah,
my-
Sabrina.
On my paperwork, I had Mayor Pro Tem, so if we're gonna go with, if you're gonna appoint her, then that would be good for her.
Yeah.
So number 2.
So that's only she's the alternate if I can't go.
Yes.
The member is, on number 2, the member is mayor and alternate is myself.
So have you been that one?
No, I don't.
Well, then you can go with her so you can learn.
Yeah.
They don't have meetings, regular meetings.
Regular meetings,
No,
yeah.
they
Okay,
don't.
then you can-
Yeah. It's only, let me see. Number one has regular meetings and it's once a quarter, Sonia?
Number one
Five
has.
City?
Yes.
And then Latino Mayors doesn't have a meeting. The waste management, once a quarter. How often for the San Joaquin Valley air pollution, Sonia?
I think once a quarter.
As well.
So you would have dates for these, like when they come up?
Yeah, they notify you when you're on the list.
I will be adding these names that you just approved on and sending it out, and then they'll be, I'll send your emails and they'll.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So all of them are pretty much
Thank you.
number 7. That's me.
Are you wanna go?
Yeah.
Okay, so Diego would be the alternate.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor,
Así.
Then who's the alternate here?
but I have to go back to number 3.
Poor Dorothy.
It's okay.
Poor Dorothy. Go
Number
ahead.
3?
I know we were all over the place, Dorothy. That stays the same
Okay.
for the, and that's only once a quarter.
So to help her out, can you just start from one again?
Yes.
No, she only
That
had a
stays the
question on
same.
that one, right?
Dorothy.
That's the only one that you had a
Dorothy,
question
it
on?
stays the same.
But 6
Yeah.
stays the same.
Yeah.
We only added Sabrina on 2.
Just to help her out, we should just.
Okay, 4, what is it?
It stays the same.
Yeah.
Same.
We've only, yeah, the only one we changed, and number 2.
And number 2 added.
Yeah, that's it.
So number 7 is Mayor.
Papers. GSA. Yeah, you can.
So when it comes up, you say after a while, you say
So,
that you want
okay,
us to table
so
it.
are we have a motion to approve all those?
Motion to table it, and then someone else.
If not, then you can just check with Bertha just to double check. All right, Sabrina, do I have a second?
For which one?
For all of them, it's all of them.
But for subject number 6, right? I second.
No, we're voting for all the ones.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's item number 6, but it's so we're
Yes.
we're motion. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I second her, whatever it is.
Sabrina,
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Sabrina, motion and second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. 5 yes. Okay.
Okay, the next item is the resolution authorizing an expenditure of up to $50,000 to fund the purchase of the property commonly known as 1030 East Parlier Avenue, to cover the amount of the reduction of the grant funding of an agreement to purchase that property.
Mayor, members of the council, we are purchasing the building right across the street to make it our new city hall. And we got grant money to do that. We were notified of an award of the grant. And we were notified of our ability to make expenditures pursuant to that award. All of these grants always come with a grant contract. And most of these granting agencies are very slow to generate their contract. And in this case, this is one we don't typically deal with. This is the Department of Natural Resources. They took an exorbitant amount of time to simply generate the grant contract. And because they took so much time, they asked us to get an updated appraisal. And we, of course, had already entered into a binding contract to purchase this building for $240,000, which is the amount that they awarded us to make that purchase. When we got the new appraisal back, because they wanted the appraisal updated, it turns out the property dropped about $50,000 in value. And this granting agency essentially lowered our grant award in a corresponding amount, which means you've got a situation where you've got you're bound by a purchase agreement to purchase this property. That is a specifically enforceable agreement, but you're going to have to come up with the $50,000 difference out of your general fund to make up for the fact that this agency has reduced the amount of your grant. As you can likely tell by the way I'm describing this to you, we are not happy with this. And if you look at the resolution that I've given you, it says in there that you are not happy with this and that you're directing Sonia to basically bring that issue back to them and tell them that they need to reinstate the grant in the original amount so that our budget is not disrupted by the unexpected $50,000 expenditure. It's just they award the grant, they tell you you can spend money and it's going to be reimbursed. I don't think they can really get away with pulling back any amount of that money after you've already made binding obligations because of the grant award. So we're going to take that back up with them. Hopefully we'll get the $50,000 back, but right now you're kind of between a rock and a hard spot because you have to pay the purchase price to buy that building, and that purchase price can't be changed.
I had a couple questions on the paperwork that we were given. On the
Yes, sir.
First Amendment to lease and option to purchase, on the very top, there's not a day. It's just a blank day of January 23rd.
Oh, because
That happens a lot on purchase agreements.
they're just waiting for us.
Because, if you're an attorney and you prepare a purchase agreement, that's what you do. You figure out the month that they're going to sign likely, and you leave that January blank. And they're supposed to write in, the January 19th or whatever the date is that they're signing it, and oftentimes they don't do it. And so you end up with that sort of thing.
They give it
frequently.
to me as a Word document.
I'm sorry. Yeah, can you repeat yourself again, please?
He was interrupting. We couldn't hear you.
I'm really sorry. I really couldn't hear you.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay. If you can please repeat yourself.
I will.
Thank you.
That is a common occurrence. I see it all the time. I'm handling numerous purchases and sales where there's that blank space, that same blank space for the date, because when you're an attorney preparing the thing, you don't know when they're going to sign this.
Right.
And so you give it to them with a January blank 2023, and you expect them to fill in the day. They rarely do.
And then on the back side of that also, it has like Sonia Hall's name, and then the date is not, when they signed it, it's not dated either. On the
that too is very common.
And then
because people are just notoriously bad at observing the practice of dating documents.
Okay, and then I have on the other one the lease option to purchase. Are they getting bought separately? Because I see lot 1 and lot 2.
That's
and then
yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are they getting paid separately? Because also over here, so the 270 or whatever we're
240.
asking, the 240 plus the 50,000 doesn't add up to what it's saying here, because base monthly rent would be 92,000 a year.
That's for the
And it's saying that this is gonna be for 5 years. So for 5 years, 92,000 a year for rent would be 460,000 if I did my math right. So I just want to make sure, like,
Can you clarify
is there
that,
a
Sonia?
difference? And then I also have on the other.
I think the difference is there's two pieces, aren't there, Sonia?
Clarify
There's
that
two
so they can understand
Thank you.
that.
Yeah, because we're not.
One is the property that we're talking about, that he's talking about, is the reason why we had to split it is because we had to have the open space for the park and then the other part for the building. And this one right here is as a lease option, and we did it like that so we can pay for the purchase in a monthly payment without it being hard on us, or without us having to take any kind of a loan. There's no interest whatsoever. We're paying monthly for 5 years. At the end of the 5 years, we purchase it for $1.
Yeah, and I read that too, because over here on the purchase price, it asks for. I'm just gonna read it. The purchase price for the premises shall be in all outstanding rent during the entire lease and term, which we have to be up to date on that. And then it says that we can remit the sum of $276,000 to Silvercrest, which shall equal 3 years of unpaid monthly rent in addition to the $1 payment. So what we're paying for is just the building.
We're paying, yeah, so that one is just, there's one that's just the building, and the other part, the open space, is the area for the park, and that's the area that is covered by the grant. Since the grant, since we had to do the appraisal, the property value dropped because the property value when we first did the first appraisal was much higher. Then after a year, everything dropped. And so what we had to do was we had to roll over that property value that dropped onto the building.
I have a question, Sonia. I'm sorry. I have a question. We're going to buy that little park there?
Isn't it?
Well, I don't understand this. We're going to buy that park there, and before the election, we unveiled it like we already bought it. What's going on with the outdoor and the indoor park over there? Is it bought? Is it both? Is it completely done, or we unveiled it? That tour, it's not purchased yet. The indoor park over there.
That's our property. It's been our property.
So,
hey, Sonia,
can you
answer me, please?
As far
Sonia.
as the park over here, because
Okay.
she's thinking that we have.
We
that's not our-
unveiled that park, misleading the community that it's gonna be, that it's done already, and we're trying to negotiate right now? I don't get it.
We're not
We're not
negotiating.
negotiating.
Well, I'm trying to purchase it. Let's just say that.
So
we've been in escrow.
We're not trying to purchase it. We have an enforceable agreement,
and yeah, we
okay, that
do
we
have
are bound by.
Clarification again.
So we do have an agreement with Housing Authority for an amount that we are bound by with them, which is why we are
When was
coming
that
back.
agreement made?
Park is not ours yet, right?
The property is not
Not,
ours
and
yet.
we unveiled you guys for the community
The
to
agreement.
see.
Neil,
Okay.
can you
Now
clarify
the
that?
one,
'Cause
now
she's
the
still not
indoor over there
understanding.
in
I don't know how
Academy,
else
did
we
we
can
buy that
explain it.
already too? Is it ours?
Well, that property was donated to the
It was
city.
donated, but everything's done. The people that are gonna pay for that, you got the money. You got the money that's gonna pay for the indoor park
Grant.
already.
Oh my God.
So-
Neil, can you explain it? She's not understanding.
Neil, let me please speak to this to Sonia, please. You know where I'm at,
We're
right?
still working on all of that.
They're working on it, and they already unveiled it that it was a done deal. I don't understand that. Okay, well, thank you anyway.
It is a
Neil,
done deal.
it is a done deal. That's what she's not understanding.
It is a done
I'm
deal.
sorry that you don't understand.
It's
I don't
a
know how many
lease
times I have to explain it
option
to you.
Purchase.
Yes.
You have a specifically enforceable agreement. You effectively own that property. You simply have to perform the agreement and complete the purchase. You're not actually going to get a deed until like 5 years after the fact.
Yeah.
Simply because of the way the transaction is set up. The fact that you don't have a deed to the property does not mean that you don't control the property. You do.
Not understanding,
There's nobody
Neil.
making any
It's pointless.
misrepresentation about the fact that that property's ours.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
You're not gonna may have her understand. So, okay, so is that the only?
We're all
question you
dumb here,
have?
remember.
It is very important that this is approved because it affects our grant. So we need to be able to, it does affect our grant for the park. So we do need to have this approved so we can move forward with our grant.
Sonia, can you tell me what's our time frame that we have to approve this? Like, do we have like, does it have to be right now, or can we table it to just get more information to us, just so that we all understand and we all see?
I can tell you that data.
That.
Like I said,
I just
I'm
don't want us to have to
We're
get
gonna
another
lose, like,
appraisal.
again.
And that's why I'm just asking the question: how long do we
If
have?
we get another appraisal,
It's under the option agreement, the property we're talking
oh,
about.
yes. If we get another appraisal, the property value is going to go
down.
even lower.
And-
It's
and
gonna
so-
do
so-
it again. So I don't want to.
That
So
will harm the
I
city.
go back to my question: is how long do we have until we have to? I just want to make sure we get the
Now?
right information. I mean, I'm asking Sonia. It's your opinion to now is your opinion. I'm asking Sonia, how long do we have, just so we can all be informed? You might have all the information, but we don't.
Yeah. Javier is gonna ask.
So I've been the one quarterbacking all this.
Yes.
Working on
Thank
the
you,
grant,
Javier.
trying to get that park built. My priority is the park, to get that project built. Unfortunately, the state made me update that appraisal, and that set us back this time. I'm already behind on that park. I need to get it built. We promised the community that it was going to be built or start construction in December. The state held us back, and for me, my importance is getting that park built. And the delays, it's causing a little bit of tension also with the awardees, the state, because we promised them a certain schedule that now is being delayed. They understand that they caused the delay, but if they see we're causing delays now, it might be an issue.
Yeah, it will, because that's what happened with the Heritage Park.
So
And we were at the verge of losing the funding for the Heritage Park.
So
How quickly do you have to do this? The lease option to purchase commences February of last year. The only reason we're not being required to pay rent, the 92,000 or whatever it is, right, is because we're dealing with a friendly entity, the housing authority, and they recognize what our problem is. If we weren't dealing with a friendly entity, we'd be making those payments already. We would have been making them back on February, whatever that date is, of 2022, and we would have been locked into it already. And we can be locked into it at any time.
And
so it's exceedingly important.
yeah, and that's why I asked the question, because obviously it is going to decide our decision.
If we can't perform that lease option to purchase, we fall into default, and we've defaulted, and they can take the property back and sue us for damages and those sorts of things. The likelihood is they're not going to do that because it's the Fresno Housing Authority, and they're dealing with us.
Yeah,
okay,
correct.
But technically speaking, you asked how soon you needed to do this? Last year.
And so my next question is, why wasn't it done last year?
Because of Sacramento, he just said that right now.
We're just now finding out about the problem.
Yeah.
Because the
Appraisal.
granting agency has delayed so long,
Mhm.
it went past the date of our agreement.
And when did we get that from the state?
Every month he's been.
Are you
checking
talking
on
about the new requirements? So after we followed certain phases of submittals, and then once we get the land purchase agreement, the surveying done for splitting the lots and all that stuff, we keep sending it to the state, and they keep sending back comments. The recent comment 4 months ago was, "Hey, by the way, your appraisal, you need to update it," and that's where we're at now. And it was frustrating. I told them it's going to cause all of this domino effect, and here we are. And they said, that's our rules.
And like I said, I just want to make sure I'm gonna vote on something. I want to get all the details, ask the questions that I need to ask. But I mean,
Because
if
this was voted on by the council back then.
Back
then.
Yeah, and been approved by the council back then.
Yeah.
and
You can't table it. That's why he's saying that it's critical. Then we lose the park. We lose the funds. Everything we have spent on, go ahead, let's do that. That way you guys give that information to the community as far as the harm you're gonna cause the city with the lawsuits and the liability that you're putting on the city because you don't want to vote for it.
I didn't say I didn't want.
Well, you don't feel comfortable, again, because you don't
Say that
know.
either.
You said that earlier, that you
Okay.
didn't know. That's why you're wanting to ask those questions.
And I'm asking my questions. I
Okay,
didn't
so-
don't put words in my mouth, please. And
That's what
I'll
you
be
said.
respectful. No, I did not.
In the best
Yes.
case scenario, Councilman, all we're doing is we're fronting the 50 grand in order to get us over a hump until we convince this granting agency to take it back to where it should be.
It's just, it's the same purchase price. It hasn't changed.
For anything is because we're having to take 50 grand out of your general fund, right? We can't do that without your approval.
Correct.
Hopefully, we'll get that money back after we talk to this granting agency.
But that's not guaranteed, right?
Not guaranteed.
Okay.
The problem is, we've got an agreement that we're needing to perform. And the building and the park kind of go hand in hand.
Neil, if I may.
So it's just it's a binding agreement. You just,
Well, better yet, Sonia,
we need to
Yes.
pay.
what is the grant amount?
It's 3 million.
So we're at if this doesn't happen, we will lose 3 million
Yes.
for 50,000. That's what's gonna happen.
Nobody's saying we're not going to vote.
Okay, well,
Sonia, I have a question for you. Since
Sabrina
we're running
already
into this,
motioned,
Sonia,
I second
I have
it.
to
Let's
ask you
do
this
roll call.
question. That indoor park over there,
She
do you have the
motioned, I
money
sec-
for it already? That indoor park over there on Academy, you have, everything's done already? The money's there, everything's there?
So
Where are you going to get that money from?
We're still working on that.
can
You're
start
working on
your
it, so
last
you
word?
don't have the money for it right now, right?
Yes.
Sonia, I'm asking you a question. So you don't have the money for the indoor park right now, huh?
We're still working.
You're
on
working on it, and we unveiled it, that it's ready to go
We unveiled
before election.
We unveiled the heritage. I mean, we unveiled the
Doesn't matter, we
sports
unveiled it.
park.
We unveiled it.
Kathy, you still don't understand.
Yeah,
I
nobody
swear,
understands here, you
don't-
guys.
I'm sorry.
Nobody.
Yes,
Okay, so
thank you.
So what was the Sabrina motion?
I second.
You second. Yes, I mean we're already in a we're
Yes.
Not in a deficit.
Councilman Garza asked if we had the 50,000 in the budget, and yes, we put it in there.
And Kathy's saying that we're in a deficit. So
I didn't,
again,
did I say
so
that?
No, she. it
I don't
wasn't-
know.
Well, wait a minute, you guys, listen to her. Listen.
By accident.
But
Who
technically,
said it?
You did.
No, it was an
He
accident.
said it.
No,
It wasn't me.
I said it.
but
on
we
accident.
technically are in a bit.
God, I can't breathe here.
Breathe, breathe.
You know, technically we are in a little bit deficit. You know. but it's
Okay,
small.
5-0 carried. Thank you. So let's move on to the next item, which is
Okay.
number 11, Sonia.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Next item is
thank you, Ellie.
a resolution declaring the existence of a local emergency regarding the winter storm. And the reason why I'm doing this, adopting this resolution is, which one?
The what?
Yeah, the monitoring. Number 9.
Oh, number
number
9.
nine,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, it skipped.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
So number 9, to adopt a resolution number 23-03 awarding the construction of 3 industrial wastewater monitoring stations to Steve DeValley Construction for $317,000. And this is the industrial wastewater monitoring stations. And I have met with the council members to bring you up to speed on this and discuss this with you. the monitoring stations and go over the reasons why we do need the monitoring stations. And so if you have any other questions, let me know. Javier, do you want to do any kind of explanation?
No, I'm just here. I can answer any questions.
Yeah, I mean, once again, in our meeting, I brought it up. The study was done in 2018. We are in 2023, and I believe we want to put 2 monitoring stations at Maxco and 1 at Feller Packing. Is there a recent study that we have that we can go off of that they're still sending the bad,
Yes.
whatever it is?
I do have this. I printed
Gets
this out.
reported every,
Right here.
that's every day.
So this is something that was sent from Dan Bergman, who is our consultant, showing the samples that's collected from Maxco, and the concentration's very high for the BOD and TSS.
And do you have that same assessment for 2018, I believe, or like with the one that were, because what was given to me, I believe was, and I brought this up in our meeting with Javier as well, that it said something that the study was done in 2018, so that's why I was questioning it.
So, yeah.
We also know that
And
Maxco
this is the same consultant that did the study.
and we also know that Maxco is running 80% out of Fowler now, and only out of 20% out of Parlier. So that's why I was. Is it important?
So
Can I just intervene because it's just okay. First, wait. Okay.
This is a project that was approved previously. Right now, all you're being asked to do is to award a contract
Right.
to install the monitors or whatever that is, as dictated by the approved project. That approved project exists simply because the Regional Water Quality Control Board tells us we must monitor certain businesses that are known to discharge certain types of waste. It's called pre-treatment, and it's part of our National Pollution Control Permit, NPDES permit.
And another question go ahead.
All this is the council previously approved this project simply because it's a requirement of the state that we do this.
Yeah.
We have to do it.
Yeah.
And you have to establish pre-treatment facilities on certain types of discharges. Okay?
So once again,
Once we approve the project, we then have to hire a contractor to perform the work that's the project, right? We have to go out for competitive bids.
yeah,
And
the process,
we get
I
those
know
competitive bids back. We got these back on, I believe, January 3 or something like that.
Of what? Of what year?
Of this year.
No, it was, when was it?
Meeting with the one that when it didn't get voted passed. Yeah, it's only the bids, not the project itself. Everything went through that process already.
And we've identified the lowest responsible bidder.
Correct.
And that is this person that is on the resolution that we're awarding
Right.
the contract to.
And so
So that's what you're being
asked to,
approve.
yes.
It is impossible to go back in time and tinker with the project as it was approved. Because, for example, some company cuts down the volume of its business at a certain point. That's not why those monitors are there. Those monitors are there because it's like a packing house or it's one of these businesses that is a known discharger of a certain type of waste that the state requires us to.
So once we approve the bid, if we approve it, when does construction start? Do we know
Javier?
that?
Those bids, by the way, are only good for
30 days, correct.
And this would be it, this meeting would be it.
They will typically start, they start whenever we give them a notice to proceed.
Mm-hmm.
And I
So-
suspect Javier would give them a notice to proceed immediately.
So my next, because I did speak to the people from Fowler Packing, and they don't have an agreement to start whatever the project is on their property.
Sonia, didn't you meet with them?
Javier did.
Javier,
The project-
they're saying that they didn't have,
on their property, but it's on the, I guess this is
City
the
easement.
outlet for the sewer. is that
Yes.
correct? It is on our easement.
yes.
So we have the right, regardless of what Fowler Packing says, to go in there, stick a monitor on whatever this device is that causes them to discharge their wastewater into our sewer, and we have the ability to do that whether they like it or not.
We actually have to do that because of the state.
We're required to. If we don't do it,
Then we get
what
fined.
the State Regional Water Control Board will do to us
Yeah.
is they will fine us
Yeah.
$10,000 a day for every day that we fail
To comply.
in the effort to establish, to install these pre-treatment devices. Because that's what these are, right?
Yes, they're monitoring stations for the pre-treatment.
So you're saying that we would be getting billed, right? So are we already getting billed because this is a project that should have been already done?
You mean fined?
Or fined or
yeah.
billed, whatever it
Not
is.
billed.
They're not fining you because you approved the project and you've taken the steps.
Taken
to move
action.
The project along at a reasonable pace. The moment they see that you're giving up the ship and saying, we're not gonna do this, they will fine you
$10,000 a day.
And they won't hesitate.
Nope.
And those fines will stick.
So is this the first time this is going to happen to the packing houses, or how did they used to do it before?
It is a part, it's very difficult to explain. It's a part of a federal regulation. If you take a look at your NPDES permit, which is very difficult, you will see in there references to federal regulations in part 503
They were doing
of the
it
federal regulations, okay? These are regulations that dictate when you have to have pre-treatment facilities. That's what we're talking about here. What determines when you have to have pre-treatment facilities is the number of millions of gallons, the volume of wastewater that you're treating at your wastewater treatment plant, which for you is going up. Okay, so you have presumably crossed a threshold, which I'm guessing is, something like 2 million gallons per day of wastewater treated at your wastewater treatment plant. Once you reach that level, you gotta have guys of a certain grade operating that wastewater treatment plant. You've gotta have the pre-treatment facilities installed on all of they have a name for these dischargers. They're significant dischargers, that's the name. And all of the packing houses are treated this way. If they're hooked up to a wastewater treatment facility that is processing the volume that yours is. So the Regional Water Control Board has told us, you pass that threshold. You have to install these monitors on these significant discharges.
And that's coming from, you said,
The Regional Water Quality Control.
and do you have that documentation?
Okay, I think, we're not gonna have that right now.
I haven't personally seen it, or it's been a long time since I have seen it, but you simply don't do this stuff until the Regional Water Quality Control Board tells you to do it. The
Right.
Regional Water Quality Control Board gives you a permit to process wastewater. If you don't have that permit, you can't process wastewater. You can't operate your wastewater treatment. Okay?
I wish, the Bosque would have been here.
All of these
He could have explained that.
requirements are in that permit, which is like this thick.
So,
Yeah, we have the paperwork.
well, Neil,
Finding it
I-
and
Neil,
locating it
I think
and showing it to
we
you
just, I don't know
would
how,
take some time.
Neil, we're already way off topic. This, like you said, it's either we approve the bid or we don't. I don't understand why we have to keep going over and explaining things from the past to make a decision on a bidding. And this is, it's, if they don't understand it, that it's a yes or a no, and it's a yes or a no. We're gonna sit here and keep explaining and explaining and explaining. We've been on this for a while again. So either yes or no. And if you want to put the city in harm's way, that's your decision. But I make a motion to
Janie
approve.
had
Do I have a
something to say.
second?
Janie had
Is
something
it
to
about the
say.
bidding? Not the, yes, this,
Whatever you want, Janie.
this is what, again, you guys, you're going off what's not on the agenda.
How do you know?
Because it says the bidding thing.
How do you know what I'm gonna say
It
though?
said, that's why I asked you, is it about the
Well,
bidding?
did you let me answer? No, you didn't. I'm sorry. Yes.
God.
Okay. So what you're, okay, yes, because what you're saying is, okay, we're doing just on the bids.
Yes.
That were done, excuse me.
Yes.
We're doing just on the bids that were done, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the bid.
Yes.
But because, and I, Diego's, me and Diego, we did go talk to Fowler Packing. We wanted to, and make sure that our businesses here in town, that we're here to support them. And my understanding, and can't speak for Diego, but my understanding was that they're kind of still concerned, and we did talk to Sonia about it. We did bring it up to her attention that it would be a good idea for them to reach out again to Fowler Packing, because it's, like you said, it's been a while since we were doing this project. We weren't even here. You guys have. I know the mayor knows everything because she's been here for a long time, but it's new to us.
I understand that.
What I came out of our discussion with Fowler Packing was they would appreciate the city to get in touch with them, to touch bases again. Where are we? Since they are a new company.
I touched base with them today.
Let me,
I called them
interject
today.
too, because because this is the thing. You keep saying it to go and talk to them. We have to take care of the city. Whether they like it, like Neil said, let me tell you. So you rather put the city at risk of getting fined
you're putting
10,000?
words in our mouth.
Well, you're saying they are part of the city. We are looking out for the best interest of the city, which is we do
The
not
city
want
is
to be
very important
fined.
to me. I have been here over 60
So,
years.
Neil,
With them.
Sonia, look at Sonia just answered my question, but then I let her
$1,000
speak.
a day, $10,000 a day.
She makes it sound real drastic, so the community could think she's all
Yeah,
for it.
that's our money too. All of our
Yeah,
taxpayers'
well,
money.
that's what you'll be causing the
That's
city.
what we're
I
discussing
did.
it.
I spoke
No,
with
but
them today.
Sonia already,
I did.
she has the answer
We want a
right there.
documentation.
Oh,
Let
my
him
God.
speak.
Okay, do I have a motion, yes or no? Because he wants documentation, that means he's not gonna approve it tonight. So
Neil,
let's stop
can you
wasting our
explain, Neil,
time.
please? We got all night. The taxpayers pay us to
So-
take care of business.
So do,
Can you please explain?
we're still trying to get the one for.
Very hard when more than one person is talking.
And
Exactly.
I'm trying to get the
I
explanation.
apologize for that.
I'm listening to you
So-
and trying to get the
Oh,
explanation.
my God.
Let me just do this.
Thank you.
I will personally
Thank you.
go out to
Thank
Fowler Packing or whatever, and I will just tell them, you know,
to do
look,
it.
we're required to hook you up to this monitor. We got no choice.
And it's fair, Neil. It's
Yeah,
fair because
that's-
because
And,
they're
and,
new
tha-
to
and,
the,
tha-
they're
and
new
that's
to the
and that's
city.
a fact.
Yeah.
And that's a fact. And I will dig out the order and show them, look, they're telling me I got to go out there and do this.
Okay.
That's not what they
Neil,
told
we're
us.
still stuck on that. So do
was
we
gonna
have
say
them? I'm
something.
just tired of
And-
going,
I know,
that
but
you
that-
want.
that's the
direct-
whole thing.
That you want them to go talk to them.
We
So, okay.
That she did.
Okay, she's been saying that since earlier.
no,
So,
we didn't even let-
so,
we didn't even let her
Neil,
talk.
the directive that they want to give Sonia is for them to talk to them again. Okay, so.
No.
No,
Nobody
that's
said
not-
again. Sonia, can you explain what you talked with them about, please?
Do you
That's-
not want him to go talk to her, them or not? Yes or no?
Because he said he's gonna go, but Sonia was gonna,
Okay,
Sonia was just trying to say
whoever
that
is gonna represent the city, you want them to go and talk to them again, yes or no?
Nobody said again. Sonia, can you tell us what you did, please?
Yes,
Thank you,
we
Sonia.
did- Listen, we did say we wanted
Javier-
to go to
yes,
reach out to them.
Javier and I
but
touched
Sonia was
base with
trying to
them
say that
today.
She just talked to them.
Yes, today.
But
That's what
you were not giving her a chance to talk.
they said that earlier.
No, she didn't.
No,
Okay,
no.
okay.
No, she
So
didn't.
what is the direction we're gonna give right now? Because this is gonna die, I could always see it.
No, we already touched base with them today, and we're putting together the final agreement. And so we've got some other things that we're working on with them as well. So we're we're putting together the agreement where we're also supporting them with the flooding issues.
Okay,
Exactly.
So-
They are businesses in our community. We don't want to harm them.
Exactly.
but we can't
Thank
ignore the law.
We don't want to run afoul of the state's requirements either.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's
Right.
understandable,
So,
but Sonia
you know,
was just gonna
what,
say that,
what you
but
want to do is
get a chance to
something
say it.
like she's already
Oh my
done,
God, we've been saying that.
and kind of smooth things
Oh my
over
God,
with them
it's
and
just-
just let them know.
And part of negotiations
They're not-
is give or take, but there's always a signed agreement. There's a signed
Okay, so
agreement.
please, can we just move already? We're stuck on that
Not
again.
with Fowler Packing though.
There's not one, but it would be nice to have a signed agreement so that we know that both parties are okay with what's happening and we're not just going and forcing it down their throat.
Can we move on this already? This is. So
That's-
I make a motion
You would have
to
to
approve
force it down their
the
throat
bid.
if they didn't want to.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Roll call,
just the way
please.
it is.
Or if not, we're just gonna be here still disputing. Yes.
No.
No. So it failed again. Javier, I don't know, just contact the state that we can't get it to pass for the second time. And the repercussions are gonna be coming from the state, and I guess we just face them as they come.
Or Javier, also you can just go and maybe we could have a special meeting
This
and
is,
bring it back up again. You know, we would just like to see documentation with Fowler Packing.
This was
just
already
like we addressed
previously
Neil, and we can have a special meeting. Obviously, it's been done before. So in this case, we asked nicely that if we can go talk to Fowler Packing and just get an agreement with them to understand what's their points, what's our points, and come to an agreement. And then maybe we can have a special meeting. I already,
Neil.
I've explained to you before. I would just like.
You're harming the
I've ta-
city, that's
no,
what you're
we're not
doing.
harming the
Yes,
city.
you Making you are.
look
we can,
bad.
We can approve it.
let them harm the city, fine. That's fine. I have no control on that.
Next item.
That's fine.
Nobody's gonna harm the city. She makes it look like that. That's all it is.
Harm. If you think that by not putting a monitoring system
Next item.
at that place,
Number
they're
number
aware
11.
of it.
Number 11.
We're not saying that.
Yes, what they're saying,
Number
exactly what
11
they're saying.
is the resolution on declaring an existence of a local emergency
Jesus
regarding the
Christ.
winter storms. So during the winter storms, we spent a ton of money to make sure that this town didn't flood. So I wanted to make sure that we did put this resolution on the agenda to declare the emergency. So if there is funding out there, we're able to make sure we're able to get some of that funding.
I'm motion to approve it.
Second.
Yes.
Excuse me, but I do run the meeting. I mean, again, bypassing. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I still run the meeting, Diego.
Having a discussion here and she's on the phone.
And he motioned, Mayor.
I get off my phone because it's really it's really hard to deal with you guys and the importance of
Earlier, Sabrina motioned to do it too, and you didn't tell her nothing. So I figured.
No, you
it's
know
something
what?
Good. It's something good for our town. Thank you, Sonia.
Yeah,
Yes.
like the
Yes,
other
yes,
project
I
would have been
second it.
good. The other one would have been good as well, but it's the thing is that you guys don't carry enough.
I motioned.
Roll call, please. Unbelievable. You're gonna drink a beer?
Mayor, talking to you.
Jesus.
Here we go again.
Yes. Hi, Kathy.
Yes. Yes.
Because you're gonna go drink a beer?
Yes.
That's
Maybe someone too.
oh, good way to represent.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. No, we're not on that item.
The state is already waiting for this, so I really thank you for
Let's
passing this resolution.
let's move on to the closed session item, Neil.
Closed session, Mayor, you've got 3 items of pending litigation, Parlier Police Officers Association versus the city, Garza versus the city, Torres versus the city, and then you have 1 item of public employment for all positions.
Hey, you guys, hold on, hold on.
I have the most. I don't care. It could be on camera. Let it be. She's trying to tell me that I'm disrespectful, and I'm not. Yes, you are. I'm not disrespectful.
Hold on.
It's just because I didn't vote your way. It's not disrespectful.
It's not.
Okay, go.
On the closed session,
Together at the corral, man.
I can hang out.
No, we hang out at Lily's.
On the
hang out
closed
at, we get
session?
drunk at Lily's cantina.
what,
What? Yeah, you and your husband looking for drugs. Yeah.
Por favor, un ratitito más. Estamos en closed sessions. Katy, espérate. Estamos hablando de closed session y estamos hablando que queremos negociar el contrato con el Police Department. Y yo les estoy rogando que le estamos diciendo que qué bonito trabajo están haciendo y que bla, 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 pero no está enseñando en las negociaciones. Ya tenemos más de 6 o 8 meses negociando y no sé si dónde estarán lo que estamos fallando, si es en dinero o si es en lenguaje. Así que para poder enseñar de que sí los necesitamos, de que sí los queremos, we need to come to a conclusion on their contract. Thank you.
I don't speak Spanish, but I do
Oh, I'm
speak
sorry.
Italian.
another deadline.
Okay, nothing to report. Meeting adjourned.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna go get drunk.
You alcoholic.
Tweaker.
You're a tweaker.
Eating drunk.
You're a tweaker all the time.
One of your best.
At least use a civilian, you're not.
Bye, Bertha.
All right.
Bye, Neil.
Do whatever she wants.
Excuse me.